Chapter 1217. As early as the battle with the eighth Lord of the Underworld, Lin Tian had secretly engraved sealing formation patterns in the void above the large lake. They were all ninth-order formation patterns that could imprison the movements of ordinary emperors for a short period of time. This was also the result of his 3 years of cultivation. His formation skills had reached the level of a ninth-order formation controller, and he had also mastered quite a few ninth-order formation patterns. Now, as the battle was coming to an end, he activated these sealing formation patterns that he had secretly engraved in the void and directly restrained the severely injured eighth Lord of the Underworld in the air. Formation patterns. The eighth Lord of the Underworld's expression changed. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. "When did you engrave them?" The fact that a Nirvana-level cultivator knew the array way was not something that could shake the heavens and earth. What truly shocked the eighth emperor of the Netherworld race was that Lin Tian was actually able to silently imprint so many sealing runes in the void during the battle with him. He was completely unaware of them, and these runes were actually able to temporarily bind him. This was not something that could be done by an ordinary formation skill. It required at least an emperor-level formation skill. Naturally, I engraved them during the battle. Lin Tian did not hide it. There was no need to hide it. Treacherous human! The eighth Lord of the Underworld was furious. He roared furiously, and the rolling underworld light surged. The Emperor's aura became even stronger. For a moment, the ninth order sealing formation patterns that wrapped around his emperor body turned into chains that rattled as if they were real. It was obvious that they would soon shatter. It was also at this time that Lin Tian snorted softly and took a step forward. Buzz! He used the heavenly treasure Yama Fall Pagoda to shatter the eighth Lord's Emperor's divine power. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, 4 layers appeared. The 4 layers overlapped each other and enveloped the eighth Lord. In an instant, the eighth Lord of the Underworld trembled and felt the Underworld Emperor's force in his body begin to condense rapidly. "Damn it!" This person roared out angrily, fully activating the Netherworld ancient scripture he cultivated, crazily operating Emperor force. However, the power of the 4 symbols seal was too strong. Coupled with the ninth order sealing rune and the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda, the Netherworld race overlord found it difficult to circulate his Emperor Chi and was completely suppressed. Buzz! Lin Tian gave it his all, using the dragon burial scripture to guide the power of the lake into the 4-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. At the same time, he made the heavenly treasure pagoda even more powerful, suppressing the eighth Lord of the Underworld together, causing him to roar in anger. However, the Netherworld race emperor's roars gradually became softer and softer. Even his struggling started to weaken. The 4 layers of the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols rotated together, and with the mysterious energy in the lake as the source, it completely sealed the other party. "Human! Release me!" roared the Netherworld race emperor. "Is that possible?" Lin Tianling smiled. He used the 4-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols to seal the Netherworld race overlord. Then his glabella lit up, and his divine consciousness began to surge. The Netherworld race overlord's expression changed drastically. He clearly sensed Lin Tianling's divine consciousness. "What are you trying to do?" Although he shouted, he clearly guessed that Lin Tianling wanted to search his sea of consciousness. He struggled even harder, trying to break free. However, it was useless. The 4-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols had sealed his Netherworld Emperor force, and even his Emperor soul was frozen. At this time, he could barely move his Emperor body. Lin Tianling snorted. His powerful divine consciousness poured out of his glabella like a sharp divine sword and entered the Netherworld race overlord's sea of consciousness. The eighth Lord of the Underworld race overlord suddenly trembled and was extremely furious. "Damn human! Get out!" Ah, the netherworld race overlord roared and struggled madly. However, it was useless. The heavenly treasure Yama, Fall Pagoda, and the four symbols, seal, had completely suppressed him. Lin Tianling's divine consciousness passed through the netherworld race overlord's sea of consciousness. He seemed very serious as he searched for the netherworld race overlords so-called killing their way into the other world from another path. This matter was too important. If the netherworld race overlord had really found another path to the other world, it would definitely cause chaos in the other world. Countless creatures would die tragically. Now that he knew about this matter, he naturally had to find out. If he could stop it, he would even try to stop it and destroy this path. This was because there was a group of people who were very important to him in the other world. He used a wisp of his origin consciousness to pass through this person's sea of consciousness. He wasn't worried that there would be some terrifying God-shattering imprint in the other party's sea of consciousness to prevent secrets from being leaked. This was because this person was the leader of a territory and an emperor rank expert. The netherworld race wouldn't plant something like a God-shattering imprint in the sea of consciousness of a clansman at this level. Damn it! Get out! The netherworld race overlord roared. Lin Tianling's divine consciousness had actually entered his sea of consciousness and was searching for the netherworld race's secrets. This made him extremely angry. Lin Tianling snorted and ruthlessly punched the netherworld emperor's abdomen. This person's back arched, and a mouthful of blood was directly spat out from his mouth. This caused the netherworld race overlords struggling and roaring to stop immediately. His emperor rank body was constantly spasming. It was also at this time that a wisp of divine consciousness passed through the netherworld race overlord's sea of consciousness and finally found a clue about another path from this space to the other world. After the chaotic, demonic ocean, a trace of light flashed across his eyes. The path to the other world that the eighth overlord of the netherworld race overlord had mentioned actually existed. This bloodline had found a special chaotic zone after the chaotic demonic ocean at the extreme west of the sealed dust ancient region. Many emperors of this bloodline had unanimously deduced that they could open a spatial passage from this chaotic zone and then kill their way into the other world. This bloodline had been excavating this spatial passage for a long time. At most, it would take them another 100 years to succeed. They wanted to slaughter their way over like they did in the past, unify the 10 directions celestial domains, and enslave all living beings other than the netherworld race. As for the humans who had sealed the original passage, the emperors of this bloodline actually wanted to wipe them all out. Human, the eighth overlord of the netherworld race, roared furiously. He already knew that Lin Tianling had discovered his secret. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Lin Tianling's eyes were very cold. He directly raised his hand and punched the eighth overlord's abdomen again, causing blood to continuously flow out of his mouth. In the past, the netherworld race had entered that world to cause chaos and massacre. Countless living beings had died in the hands of this race. Countless homes had been destroyed by this race. That was why the human race experts of that world had sealed that passage back then. Now, it was unknown how many years had passed, but this bloodline's evil roots still hadn't changed. They still wanted to cause chaos in the other world. They wanted to unify the 10 directions, heaven, and enslave the other races. Moreover, they wanted to wipe out all humans as revenge. They wanted to take revenge on the human race experts for sealing the passage from this space to the other world. He was very unhappy. "Kid, how is it? What did you find out?" Whooshing Crocodile rushed over and asked. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with shock. Lin Tianling had actually suppressed an existence at the second heaven of the Emperor realm. This bloodline is excavating another passage that leads to the other world. It's located at the chaotic demon ocean in the extreme west of the sealed dust ancient region. At most, they will be able to open it in another 100 years. Lin Tianling briefly explained this matter to Wuxing Crocodile. This Wuxing Crocodile was immediately shocked. Previously, he had heard the Netherworld race's 8th territory's Emperor Realm overlords say that they would soon kill their way to the other world through another passage. He didn't expect it to be true. He was truly shocked. At the same time, he frowned because this wasn't a good thing. It was very bad. If the Netherworld race really killed their way to the other world, it would cause a huge dark upheaval. Countless living beings would die tragically. Damn it! Damn it! Human, you deserve to die! The 8th Netherworld overlord roared angrily. The secret of his race had been stolen by Lin Tianling. He was like an angry lion, his eyes turning red. Lin Tianling snorted. The heavenly treasure Yama Fall Pagoda suppressed the surroundings. The 4 layers of the 4 symbols Tao diagram flickered together and entered the other party's body. Die, he said coldly. The 4th level Tao diagram of the 4 symbols converged most of the energy within this extraordinary lake, and it entered into Qin Shi's body under his control. Amidst a shrill cry, it forcefully obliterated Chen Shi's soul and only left behind a completely intact shell of flesh. With a thought, he stored the Emperor-level flesh shell into the Yama Fall Pagoda. Then he stored the Yama Fall Pagoda in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, as he stored the Yama Fall Pagoda, the air in this place became much calmer. The destructive aura dissipated little by little. Gradually, the sun shone down from the sky. The great lake also became completely calm. Let's go to the depths of this mountain range, he said. Just now, by borrowing the power of this extraordinary lake to fight, his essence, qi, and spirit were temporarily enhanced. He vaguely sensed the aura of the sword soul fragment in the depths of this mountain range. Don't you want to refine the Emperor corpse first? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tianling shook his head. There was a wisp of light in his eyes. No hurry. I'll keep this Emperor corpse for the time being. It will be useful in the future. As he spoke, he beckoned Wuxing Crocodile to go into the depths of this mountain range. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of several hundred feet. In this huge mountain range, there were many ancient trees. They were very large and towered into the clouds. He walked into the depths of the mountain range to search for the sword soul fragment. At the same time, he frowned from time to time. Are you thinking about the path that the Netherworld race is digging to the other world? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Naturally, he saw Lin Tianling frowning from time to time. Lin Tianling nodded and then shook his head. It's not just that. What do you mean? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Chapter 1218. What? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the Wuxing Crocodile's body trembled, and it was immediately stunned. 49 people who were infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and there was a real Heavenly Venerable Realm existence overseeing them. This, the Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian with a face full of shock and disbelief. Just the fact that there were 49 powerhouses infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerable Realm was already terrifying enough. Apart from that, this clan actually had a real Heavenly Venerable Realm existence. Are you sure? It asked Lin Tian. This matter was too terrifying. Lin Tian nodded seriously. This was obtained from the consciousness of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor, so it could not be fake. The Wuxing Crocodile could not help but tremble slightly. The Netherworld clan of the sealed dust ancient region was actually so terrifying. 49 people infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and there was a real Heavenly Venerable Realm existence among them. This kind of strength was enough to sweep across the other side. As it pondered, it thought of another question. Since this clan has a Heavenly Venerable Realm existence, why didn't they directly break open the sealed passage that we used to enter this place? Isn't this much simpler than digging a new path from scratch? Lin Tian shook his head and said, I tried, but I couldn't open it. From what he had learned from the 8th Lord of the Nether Underworld's Sea of Consciousness, A heavenly venerate powerhouse from this lineage had tried to break the seal of the passageway, but failed. That was why they had chosen another path. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Those few supreme powerhouses of the human clan back then were amazing, as expected of the power of the seal, created by sacrificing oneself, flesh and soul. Even the heavenly venerable realm powerhouses of this clan could not break open it. As it spoke, it suddenly revealed a doubtful expression. Wait, previously, didn't Miss Wu quickly open the seal of that passage and enter the sealed dust ancient region? The heavenly venerable realm existences here could not open the seal there? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case, although it is many times more difficult to break the seal from one side to the other. Since the Empyrean level Miss Wu was able to enter from the other side, the Empyrean level existences on this side should also be able to break the seal and enter the other side. At most, it will take a bit longer, but its eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment, as if it couldn't figure it out. Lin Tian was also slightly suspicious. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a little strange. He paused and said, "Celestial venerables are also divided into 3, 6, and 9. Wu Yi should be much stronger than the netherworld races, celestial venerables." At this moment, this was the only explanation he could think of. Really? Why do I feel that it's not that simple? Whooshing crocodile was suspicious. Then it shook its head and didn't mention this again. Instead, it thought of another question and said, "Speaking of which, even the netherworld races, Empyrean level existences, can't open the seal there. After we enter this world, can we still go back through that passage?" "No problem. Wu Yi will definitely be able to fuse with the seal there and go to the other side of the world." Lin Tian on Dao. Although he was also surprised that the netherworld races, Empyrean level existences, couldn't open the seal there, he believed that Wu Yi could definitely do it. At the same time, he believed that Wu Yi and the others were definitely still in the sealed dust ancient region. It was impossible that they would abandon him and Whooshing Crocodile and go to the other side alone. As long as they met up, they could directly go to the other side. He said, "Let's not think about this for now. Let's go deeper." There was a sword, soul fragment in the depths. He had to quickly get it. After that, he had to do some other things. "Let's go." Whooshing Crocodile nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Then a man and a crocodile walked toward the depths of the mountain range. They were very fast and covered several hundred feet in the blink of an eye. This mountain range was called the Broken Cloud Mountain Range. There were many mountain ridges, one connected to another, and the ancient trees were all tall and straight. Boom! A powerful, ferocious beast appeared in front of them. Its demonic aura was extremely strong. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black beast fur, and its claws were extremely sharp. Its eyes were a little blood-red as it grabbed at Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. Obviously, it saw them as prey. "Third sky of Nirvana realm," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He casually blocked the beast's claw and shook his arm, sending it flying more than 100 feet. He and Whooshing Crocodile continued to go deeper. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious beasts, but they were nothing. Soon an hour passed. At this time, a man and a crocodile had really walked into the depths of the mountain range. The ancient trees here were more abundant and towering. There was a very rich spirit chi intertwined, and there was a primordial aura of vicissitudes in the air. It was also at this time that the seven-colored divine soared in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and a faint radiance overflowed. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 rays of light. I sensed it. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved strangely, and wisps of 7-colored light spread out. Obviously, it had sensed the traces of a new sword soul fragment. He was all too familiar with this scene. "Let's go," he said, and called out to Whooshing Crocodile. With a single step, he covered several hundred feet. After about 15 minutes, he and Whooshing Crocodile arrived in front of a huge depression in the mountain range. There was a huge, ferocious beast surrounding it. It was comparable to a quasi-emperor expert, and it was reaching its claws into the depression. In the depression, there was a fist-sized, 7-colored light source flickering, as if it was the source of the world. Another one. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. It had seen this 7-colored light source several times. Then it looked in that direction and said, "Boy, that ferocious beast is also eyeing that thing." Looking over, the quasi-emperor ferocious beast was reaching its claws into the depression, trying to grab the 7-colored light source. The quasi-emperor demonic light was vibrating. "It can't take it away." Lin Tianandao. As he said this, he had already moved, and in one step he arrived in front of the depression. In the depression, the quasi-emperor ferocious beast naturally sensed Lin Tian's arrival. Its eyes were ice cold, and a frightening aura was emitted. Scram! This was a ferocious beast that had truly awakened its spiritual intelligence. At this moment, it spat out this word at Lin Tian with a cold aura, telling Lin Tian to stay away. Lin Tian stepped forward. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slapped the quasi-emperor ferocious beast. Bang! With a loud bang, the quasi-emperor ferocious beast was directly sent flying, rolling thousands of feet away. Of course, he was merciful. He did not kill the ferocious beast, but only made it faint. He stood in front of the depression. In it, the fist-sized 7-colored light source jumped slightly, shining brightly. He raised his hand. The sword pattern in the palm of his right hand flickered, and the fist-sized 7-colored light source suddenly trembled. Then, in the next moment, this 7-colored light source floated up on its own and came to Lin Tian, bobbing up and down. "What the hell is this thing?" Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian had found many of these things. He had seen them many times and could feel that this thing was extraordinary. However, he did not know what it was. Buzz! In the depression, the fist-sized 7-colored light source floated slightly in front of Lin Tian for a moment, as if it had its own consciousness. Then it directly entered Lin Tian's right palm into Lin Tian's body, and in the next moment appeared in his sea of consciousness. After that, this 7-colored light source went straight to the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated slightly and resonated with the 7-colored light source, emitting an even more dazzling divine light. Then the fist-sized 7-colored light source directly integrated into the divine sword, and more 7-colored light overflowed. Just like before, when these 7-colored lights rushed out, most of them swayed and poured into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. Then they drifted to every corner of Lin Tian's body, carrying with them an astonishing amount of spiritual energy and strengthening Lin Tian's strength. Lin Tian was very familiar with this. He immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and quickly refined this divine light. Buzz! Suddenly, the aura on his body began to rise, and his internal organs resonated with it. Golden divine light penetrated his body and spread over the surface of his body, dyeing his hair with a layer of gold. His essence, energy, and spirit became much stronger in the blink of an eye. Is he going to level up again? The Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. At this time, Lin Tian's aura was rapidly increasing, which surprised it. In the depression, Lin Tian sat down cross-legged at this time and activated the Sun Heart Sutra even more seriously. He wholeheartedly refined the 7-colored light in his body, causing his aura to become stronger and climb higher bit by bit. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the aura on his body became stronger. Golden light shone in all directions, and his internal organs resonated. Moreover, an emperor's aura gradually surged out of his body. Although it was very faint, it was extremely vast. Buzz! The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, Another 7 days passed. The emperor's aura on his body became much stronger, and on this day, it stabilized and no longer grew stronger. It seemed to have reached a saturation point. Half-step emperor. Not far away, the whooshing crocodile opened its eyes wide. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the depression. The golden divine light on his body calmed down, but he did not wake up. His soul was in his divine sense, and he was looking at the divine sword at the bottom of his divine sense. At this moment, he saw that the divine sword was covered in dense divine runes. A part of the originally dim divine runes had lit up at this time. The sign of gathering all the sword soul fragments scattered in the world is that all these divine runes have lit up. He thought to himself. At this time, the divine sword calmed down again, motionless like a boulder in his divine sense. He took one last deep look at the divine sword, and his soul retreated. His consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his eyes. Brat, you're awake. You've reached half-step Emperor realm, just like that. You're even more heaven-defying than your prodigy master. The whooshing crocodile opened its eyes wide and bared its teeth at Lin Tian. This is the strongest reincarnation king physique. It's simply, Lin Tian was still so young, but he had already reached the half-step Emperor realm. He wasn't far from the Emperor realm. Thinking about it, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the Emperor realm. Such cultivation speed was too shocking. Chapter 1219. Lin Tian's cultivation speed was too fast. At such a young age, he had already reached the half-step Emperor level, which shocked the whooshing crocodile. It stared at Lin Tian, dumbfounded. Lin Tian stood up from the ground and said, I've had many fortuitous encounters, and my luck is very good. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he naturally felt that he had reached the half-step Emperor level. The divine power in his body was even denser, like a boiling yellow river. At the same time, his physique, soul, and other aspects had also improved by quite a bit. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, adjusted his breathing, and calmed the aura outside his body. Then he quickly absorbed it. The whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed down. It said, What are we going to do next? You have already found the 7-colored light source. Now, let's go find Miss Wu Yi and the Demon Emperor, and then return to the other side. If it and Lin Tian wanted to return to the other side from the sealed dust ancient region, they had to rely on Wu. Lin Tian shook his head. No hurry. Let's do other things first. Other things? What other things? The whooshing crocodile was puzzled. Let's go to the 8th underworld territory. There must be many treasures there. Let's go and take them all. Lin Tiandao. The 8th underworld territory was an important territory of the netherworld race. After such a long time, the treasures that had been accumulated there would definitely be shocking. The 5-element crocodile's eyes flickered. Indeed, there would absolutely be numerous treasures within the 8th territory of the netherworld, and it would definitely be a few times or even a few tens of times more shocking than the collections of the top powers in the other world. It could be said to be an extraordinary treasure trove. Thinking of this, its eyes immediately lit up. It urged Lin Tiandao, Go, 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 let's fight our way in. The lord of the 8th underworld domain had been killed, and now the most powerful person was only at the quasi-emperor realm. Given Lin Tian's current strength, he could directly fight his way in. No one in the 8th underworld domain would be able to stop him, even if there was a powerful protective killing formation. This was because Lin Tian himself was a 9th grade array manipulator. There's no need to fight our way in. We'll attract the attention of the other territories and attract a group of experts. It's too troublesome. Lin Tian shook his head. Oh, that's true. Whooshing crocodile nodded and said, Then how about we sneak in? No need. Lin Tian shook his head. Just walk in. Whooshing crocodile was stunned. Walk in directly? Then why don't we just fight our way in? If it and Lin Tian walked into the 8th territory of the netherworld without concealing themselves, They would definitely be discovered, and the Netherworld race's war would be directed at them. At that time, wouldn't they still have to fight their way in? Don't worry, it's different. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he summoned the heavenly treasure, Fallen Yama Pagoda, and took out the Emperor's body of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. I'll put a wisp of my divine soul into this Emperor's body and use the Fallen Yama Pagoda to take you and my body into it. We'll just walk in. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened immediately. There was such a trick. Boy, you're so insidious. It stared and said. At this time, it finally understood why Lin Tian didn't refine the Emperor's body of the 8th territory of the Netherworld immediately. It turned out that he had such an idea. Thinking about it, Lin Tian would put a wisp of his divine soul into this Emperor's body, and he would be the lord of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. He could indeed walk into the 8th territory of the Netherworld openly, and the Netherworld race experts in the 8th territory would respectfully welcome him in. Then they could take away all the treasures accumulated in the 8th territory of the Netherworld without any accidents or disturbances. As it thought so, the light in its eyes became brighter. Then hurry up! It urged Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao nodded. His glabella glowed, and a wisp of his divine soul flew out and rushed into the body of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. Then, in the next moment, the Emperor's body immediately opened its eyes. 2 dazzling divine lights flashed and intertwined to form a very shocking Emperor's power that lingered in the surroundings. It's done! Lin Tiandao's voice came from the Emperor's body. He controlled the Emperor's body with a wisp of his divine soul and asked Whooshing Crocodile to prepare. Then he put Whooshing Crocodile and his body into the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda, and put the Fallen Yama Pagoda into the Emperor's body. He controlled the Emperor's body and looked in the direction of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. He directly soared into the sky and stepped over there. Not long after that, a vast territory appeared in his field of vision. He could see many magnificent ancient buildings inside. He did not know how long they had existed. Looking from afar, he could feel a very heavy aura of time, as if they had fallen out of the river of time. It gave off a very shocking feeling. He controlled the Emperor's body to arrive outside the 8th territory of the Netherworld. He did not stop and directly flew into the territory. Now the Emperor's body he controlled was the lord of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. He did not need to care about any rules. No one stopped him. He stepped into the void and walked into the 8th territory of the Netherworld. He calmly walked toward the center of the territory. During this process, this scene was naturally seen by the Netherworld cultivators in the 8th territory of the Netherworld. They all knelt down and bowed toward the sky. My lord! The group of Netherworld race cultivators shouted. At this time, in the eyes of these Netherworld cultivators, Lin Tian controlled the Emperor's body and was their lord. Lin Tian did not care about these voices. He did not even look at the Netherworld cultivators who were bowing to him. He directly walked toward the center of the vast territory and soon arrived. Everywhere that met the eye, at the center of the 8th territory of the Netherworld was the most magnificent ancient buildings. They were constructed from various miraculous and strange stones, and it was even to the extent that they were inlaid with extremely special metals and precious gems, causing them to emanate a dazzling aura. My lord! 7 figures rushed out from an ancient building in the center of the territory and bowed deeply. My lord, that human and the fallen Yama Tower, one of them asked carefully. He was the first quasi-emperor of the 8th territory and was infinitely close to the emperor realm. Next to him, the other 6 people were also quasi-emperors. They all had respectful and cautious expressions. Humph! Lin Tian used a wisp of his origin spirit to control the physical body of the 8th territory of the Netherworld and snorted coldly. The heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Tower appeared on his shoulder and intertwined with astonishing Emperor Qi before quickly disappearing. His eyes were cold and indifferent. He swept a glance at the 7 people and walked toward the most majestic ancient building in the center of the territory. now that he was controlling the Emperor's body. He was the master of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. There was no need for him to explain anything to these quasi-emperors. It was best to maintain enough indifference. That was the attitude that a lord should have. Moreover, he deliberately displayed the fallen Yama Tower. This was enough for these 7 quasi-emperors to comprehend a lot. He bypassed the 7 quasi-emperors and disappeared into the most majestic ancient building in the center of the territory. Behind him, the 7 quasi-emperors bowed deeply in the sky. Each of them appeared to be trembling with fear. My lord is not happy. We almost lost the fallen Yama Tower and lost 2 quasi-emperor level commanders. How can my lord be happy? Fortunately, we took it back. The 7 quasi-emperors could not help but wipe away their cold sweat. Then, what about that human? One of the quasi-emperors asked. Are you an idiot? My lord personally came out of seclusion and took back the heavenly treasure, fallen Yama Tower. Do you still need to ask what happened to that human? I don't even need to think to know that after being suppressed by my lord, he searched everything out and then directly killed. The strongest quasi-emperor said. In the most majestic ancient building in the center of the territory, Lin Tian used a wisp of his origin spirit to control the physical body of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. He did not conceal himself and directly walked toward a certain floor of the ancient building. Soon he came in front of a huge stone door. There were many runes engraved on it that intertwined with an extraordinary aura. He stepped forward, pushed open the huge stone door, walked in, and then closed the door from the inside. Then the heavenly treasure, fallen Yama Tower, appeared. His true body and whooshing crocodiles stepped out together. We're here, the treasure vault of the 8th territory of the Netherworld, his true body said. Using a wisp of his origin spirit to control the 8th territory of the Netherworld's Emperor Corpse. He naturally knew everything like the back of his hand. So fast? We're already in the treasure vault of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. It seemed that it had just entered the fallen Yama Tower not long ago, and now it was already in the treasure vault of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. We're here. Lin Tian nodded. He used a wisp of his origin spirit to control the 8th territory of the Netherworld's Emperor Corpse to guard the edge of the huge stone door. His true body took a step forward and looked into the stone chamber. As far as the eye could see, this stone chamber was extremely large. It was difficult to estimate exactly how many square meters it was. Inside, there were piles of all kinds of rare treasures. There were strange, glistening gold, spirit crystals, immortal spirit crystals, killing saint weapons, powerful precious pills that could increase one's cultivation, and even many life-prolonging elixirs. There were all kinds of treasures. There was everything one could think of. This, whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. It saw a 5-colored sparkling immortal Daolingji. It was a super treasure even for Nirvana realm experts, and was even more astonishing than the underworld fruit. If anyone below half-step Emperor realm consumed and refined it, they would be able to raise their cultivation by at least a small rank. It saw a huge hammer that was intertwined with faint netherworld light and covered in runes. It was a quasi-heavenly treasure. It saw a piece of pitch-black metal that was the size of a fist. It was the legendary black flame divine gold, an immortal material used to forge heavenly treasures. It saw a huge immortal lingjing that weighed a few thousand kilograms. It was worth tens of millions of kilograms of ordinary lingjing. And this was only one corner of the treasure vault. There were even more treasures in other corners. I'm rich. It trembled with excitement, and its saliva almost dripped down. Even Lin Tian, who had a strong mental state, was shocked at this moment. He was stunned by the scene before him. Chapter 1220. Lin Tian was indeed stunned. There were too many treasures in this giant stone room. He was dazzled at first glance. Even though he had reached the half-step Emperor realm and his mental state was extremely profound, he was still a little stunned. There were more than 100 saint weapons in here. The Lingjing here was measured in hundreds of millions of kilograms. There were too many Baodan here to count. The immortal medicines here were all extraordinary. The divine materials here were all very rare. He glanced around and even saw the saint fruit that could allow one to directly enter the half-step emperor realm from the half-step emperor realm. His eyes glowed as he took a deep breath and calmed down again. We're rich, rich, rich. We're really rich this time. Whooshing Crocodile almost drooled as he said to Lin Tian, Brat, quickly pack everything up and then retreat. With the things here, our cultivation can increase in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian nodded and immediately moved. He began to collect all the treasures in the stone room and quickly finished collecting them. During the collection process, he had a rough impression. Among them, there were more than 170 saint weapons, more than 1,000 divine weapons, and countless Dao weapons and immortal weapons. Lingjing, according to the weight of a normal Lingjing, was more than 3 billion kilograms. Moreover, there were dozens of life-extending immortal medicines, all of which could extend one's life by more than 1,000 years. There were even a few that could extend one's life by 10,000 years. There were also many divine materials and divine items that could increase one's cultivation. At the same time, he also found many ancient scriptures, all of which were extraordinary. There were even emperor-ranked divine abilities. Done. More than 2 hours later, this stone room was completely emptied by him. There were no less than 10 spatial artifacts with enormous capacity. With these things, not only can our cultivation increase greatly in the blink of an eye, when we return to the other world, we can even create an immortal holy land in a short period of time. We have all the resources we need. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes glowed. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Creating an immortal holy land? Maybe he could give it a try. He took another deep breath, called out to Whooshing Crocodile, and prepared to leave. Beside the stone door, he entered the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body with a wisp of his original spirit. He walked over and summoned the heavenly treasure, Fallen Yama Pagoda. He put his true body and Whooshing Crocodile into the Fallen Yama Pagoda before putting away the Fallen Yama Pagoda. Then, he drove the Emperor's body to push open the stone door. Soon he left the majestic ancient building and walked out of the 8th territory. He was extremely calm. He walked into the void, not in a rush at all. After all, he was controlling the body of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. Sir Lord! Inside the 8th Netherworld territory, many Netherworld race cultivators bowed and paid their respects. Their expressions were incomparably respectful. At the same time, 7 quasi-emperors appeared in the center of this territory and bowed to send him off. Sir Lord, why did you leave so soon after coming back? He must have come back to prepare some things, and then go to the first territory of our race to discuss with the powerful emperors there about the insignificant human who has intruded into our space. Of course. One of the 7 quasi-emperors whispered. Lin Tian controlled the emperor's body of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. His steps were slow, but his speed was not slow. Soon, he was out of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. After a few more steps, he was already hundreds of thousands of feet away. Then he increased his speed. Not long after, he was completely out of the 8th Lord of the Underworld and walked into a vast primitive mountain. He found a very secluded cave in this mountain and engraved 81 ceiling formation patterns to isolate the cave from the outside world. Then he took out the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda and released his true body and Whooshing Crocodile. Kid, you've walked out of the 8th Lord of the Underworld? Whooshing Crocodile asked. You'll know when you see it, Lin Tian's true body said. The 5 elements crocodile sized up the surroundings, and only then did he discover that he was already in an unfamiliar cave. It was so easy to take out the treasures that had been accumulated in the 8th Lord of the Underworld for countless years. Really, it was excited and couldn't help but bare its teeth. It looked at Lin Tiandao and said, You controlled the Emperor's body of the Lord of the Underworld to enter and take away all the treasures in the stone room. You're so cunning. Lin Tian wanted to beat up. What did you mean by cunning? Don't you know how to talk? Let's cultivate, he said. As he spoke, he controlled the underworld emperor's body with a strand of his divine soul to guard one side. His true body walked to one side and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a treasure fruit. It was about the size of a fist and flowed with mysterious treasure light. It was the saint fruit of heaven and earth. It could allow a half-step Emperor Realm expert to enter the quasi-Emperor Realm in a short time. It was extremely precious. Huh. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled and took out a 5-colored Lingji. It was the legendary Immortal Lingji. It was also a divine item of heaven and earth. If consumed and refined, it could allow those below half-step Emperor Realm to increase their cultivation by at least a small level. Lord Crocodile is starting. It laughed and swallowed the Immortal Lingji in one bite. Then it activated the demon race's ancient scripture to refine it. Suddenly, the demonic light outside its body became bright and dazzling. It couldn't help but howl in excitement. Lin Tian glanced at it and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. After raising his essence, chi, and spirit to a certain level, he slowly consumed the saint fruit. In an instant, he felt a warm current entering every corner of his body. It was indescribably comfortable. He knew that this was the effect of the saint fruit. He didn't let his guard down and activated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster. 1. As he began to activate the Sun Heart Sutra, his aura suddenly began to rise. The golden divine light outside his body was blazing brightly. It was as if a sun was blooming in this cave, illuminating every corner of the cave. Closing his eyes, he sat cross-legged in the cave and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden divine light gradually grew thicker, quickly refining the power of the saint-reaching fruit, allowing it to fully enter his flesh, blood, bones, spiritual sea, and even his divine soul. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by his flesh, blood, bones, and spiritual sea. In an instant, the golden divine light outside his body became even brighter. His essence, chi, and spirit rose even faster. His cultivation increased little by little. At the same time, on the other side, Whooshing Crocodile activated the demon race's ancient scripture to absorb and refine the Immortal Lingji's essence. The aura outside his body also rose rapidly. 1. Outside Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light became 3 times stronger in an instant. It quickly absorbed the saint fruit's essence. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. 7 days later, on this day, the aura he exuded began to weaken. His powerful body slowly petrified. Since he stepped into the Nirvana realm, he began his 9th body metamorphosis and stepped toward the quasi-emperor realm. Is the quasi-emperor realm the 9th petrification metamorphosis? He was naturally able to sense this and could not help but mutter to himself at this moment. He still had his eyes closed. After he spoke, he immediately focused his mind, and his Tao heart quickly calmed down. Then, gradually, the golden divine light outside his body was absorbed. His aura became weaker and weaker. More parts of his body began to petrify. From his legs to his waist, from his waist to his chest, from his chest to his hands, then to his neck, and then to his head. Finally, his entire body turned into a dull gray stone. For a time, the aura outside his body almost completely disappeared. It was as if he had been completely annihilated from this world. Very quickly, he maintained the stone body for a full 3 months. Ka! On this day, there was a crisp sound like porcelain shattering. Cracks began to appear on his stone body. Like a spider web, the cracks spread all over his stone body in the blink of an eye. After that, the stone body started to crumble. After about a dozen breaths, it completely shattered. Pieces of dim, old stones fell to the ground, revealing a new body. Its skin was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of glass, and faint divine radiance interweaved with it. As this new physique appeared, streaks of electric arcs intertwined around it, making sizzling sounds in the void. There was no doubt that this new body was very powerful. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. Quasi-Emperor realm. He muttered to himself. Clenching his fist slightly, he felt an even stronger power. After the 9th Nirvana metamorphosis, his physique had become even stronger. He felt that his current pure physique wouldn't be any weaker than a peak 3rd sky of Emperor Realm expert. At the same time, he felt that the divine power in his body had become more vast. His essence, chi, and spirit had increased by leaps and bounds. His overall combat strength had increased by a lot. The Emperor's aura was even more shocking. He felt that he could even kill a First Heaven Emperor. Crack! At this time there was another crisp sound. Not far away, the whooshing crocodile had unknowingly entered the Nirvana metamorphosis. At this time, the metamorphosis was complete. Its old body turned into gravel and fell off. A new demonic body appeared. Its scales were flowing with a demonic glow. It seemed even stronger. Awesome! It exclaimed. At this time, it had reached the 6th heaven of Nirvana realm from the 5th heaven of Nirvana realm. Its strength had increased by a lot. Lin Tian looked at it and did not say anything. He closed his eyes and consolidated his quasi-emperor realm. The whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and laughed. It also began to consolidate its cultivation. Then, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, the man and the crocodile woke up one after another. Their newly promoted cultivation had stabilized and was as solid as a rock. The whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian. Its eyes were shining with a demonic glow. Kid, you've reached the quasi-emperor realm. It looked at Lin Tian and then looked at the 8th lord of the netherworld's emperor's body. It said, use the sect saint's artifact refining technique to refine this emperor's corpse. With your current cultivation, after refining this emperor's corpse, you should be able to reach the emperor realm. Lin Tian looked at the netherworld emperor's corpse. A faint light flashed across his eyes. There's no hurry. Keep it. It's still useful. Chapter 1221. It's still useful. Whooshing Crocodile was curious after hearing Lin Tian's words. What did Lin Tian want to do with the 8th lord of the underworld's emperor's body? It's useful. Lin Tian nodded. He waved his right hand and took out the exquisite Immortal Attraction Jade and the Heavenly Heartstone. Then he summoned the Immortal Slaying Bow, which was a pinnacle divine weapon. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian took out these things to forge the Immortal Slaying Bow into a heavenly treasure. This process is not simple. It takes a lot of energy and time. It said, I know. Lin Tian nodded. It was very difficult to forge a heavenly treasure. It was also very difficult to evolve a pinnacle divine weapon into a heavenly treasure with other divine items. However, he had to do it even if it was difficult. With a heavenly treasure that could attack from a distance, his combat power would increase greatly. He took a deep breath and ran the Heart Sutra of Sun to the extreme. His energy reached the strongest state after a few dozen breaths. He adjusted his breathing and used his divine power to revolve around the Immortal Slaying Bow. The Immortal Attraction, Exquisite Jade, and the Heaven's Heart Stone floated beside the Immortal Slaying Bow. After his divine power surged in, they emitted a pure light and slowly moved closer to the Immortal Slaying Bow. To forge the Immortal Slaying Bow into a heavenly treasure with these 2 divine items, he had to merge them into the bow. This was the first step. The second step was to merge the 2 divine items into the divine bow. It would increase the strength of the bow and the bowstring like a catalyst. It would even draw in the power of the great path of heaven and earth to strengthen the bow and the bowstring. After that, the third step, which was also the most important step, was to use his own divine soul to create a soldier spirit for the bow. Once these 3 steps were completed, the Immortal Slaying Bow, which was a pinnacle divine weapon, would completely evolve into a heavenly treasure. Buzz! Lin Tian ran the Heart Sutra of Sunday golden divine power surged and wrapped around the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone, merging them into the immortal slaying bow. The 3 steps of forging did not seem complicated, but in reality it was extremely difficult. Just the first step was not something an ordinary person could do. This was because the exquisite immortal attraction jade was an extraordinary item. It was even more valuable than a quasi-heavenly treasure. It was not easy to merge them into a saint weapon. At the same time, these 2 items were extremely sturdy. It was even more difficult to melt them after fusing them into the saint weapon. It was 10 times more difficult than the first step. As for the final step, the evolution of the weapon soul, needless to say, was 10 times more difficult than the second step. Enter. Lin Tian's eyes glowed as he spat out a word. A ring of blazing divine light radiated from his body. This divine light contained his powerful quasi-emperor level emperor aura, which was almost no weaker than that of a true emperor level expert. The moment it appeared, it caused the space to tremble. It wrapped around the exquisite immortal jade and merged with the divine weapon-murdering immortal bow. The second step, he muttered to himself. After fusing the 2 items into the saint bow, his pupils shook and a dragon pattern ring appeared. At this moment, he opened his eye of delusion. He stared at the immortal murdering bow with this pair of divine eyes. He could see everything inside clearly, including the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone. Then he slowly formed a seal with both hands. Golden divine power, nameless Tao law, and powerful divine consciousness vibrated together and entered the saint bow. They enveloped the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone. He used these powers to envelop the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone. Then he began to quickly refine them with his eye of delusion. The dragon pattern light in his eyes shone brightly. Divine power and Tao power were continuously infused into the saint bow. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. For half a month, Lin Tian used his divine power, divine consciousness, and Tao law to melt the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone in the saint bow. Along the way, he even used the immortal Lingjing to replenish his divine power 3 times. Finally, on this day, the 2 items completely melted. A powerful aura surged out and spread out from the immortal murdering bow, filling the entire cave. The Emperor's aura naturally nurtured in these 2 items. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Rumble. In this cave, the void vibrated. The immortal murdering bow vibrated as well. The Emperor's aura surged out from within, growing stronger and stronger. Lin Tian opened his eye of delusion and stared at the immortal murdering bow with a focused expression. Fuse! He softly uttered a word. The dragon pattern light in his eyes grew stronger. Everything within the immortal murdering bow could be seen clearly. He used his eye of delusion to observe the saint bow. He used the power of this divine eye to capture the light mist and natural patterns formed after the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone melted. He slowly and accurately guided them into every corner of the immortal murdering bow. This allowed the light mist and natural patterns to quickly fuse with the immortal murdering bow and increase its power. Suddenly, with a boom, the immortal murdering bow exploded with towering divine light. The Emperor's aura it emitted began to rise. This Emperor's aura was originally contained within the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone. At this time, as Lin Tian guided the power of the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone to fuse with the immortal murdering bow, the Emperor's aura also gradually fused with the bow and bowstring. Buzz! In an instant, the immortal murdering bow's power increased rapidly. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused. His eye of delusion remained open the entire time. He guided the power of the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone to better fuse with the immortal murdering bow. Gradually, the holy celestial bow started fusing with the celestial slaying bow. More and more inscriptions appeared on the holy celestial bow. They were imperial-level natural inscriptions. They were extremely powerful. At the same time, the saint patterns on the immortal murdering bow slowly changed. They became brighter and brighter, and the intertwining power became stronger and stronger. Upon closer inspection, it was actually transforming into emperor patterns at a very fast speed. No wonder the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone are divine items born from heaven and earth. They can actually cause the saint patterns to evolve. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and focused on forging the immortal murdering bow. He kept his eye of delusion open the entire time, because this pair of divine eyes could clearly see all the power and divine patterns within the immortal murdering bow. With the help of his divine eyes, he could make the saint weapon immortal murdering bow evolve into a heavenly treasure more quickly and accurately. Buzz! The immortal murdering bow vibrated, and an even more shocking divine light burst out. The Emperor's aura became even stronger. In the next moment, there were continuous cracking sounds. The void in the cave began to shatter inch by inch. Moreover, the entire cave was shaking as if it would collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian had expected this. After all, it was a saint weapon evolving into a heavenly treasure. During this process, there would naturally be a terrifying power that would spread out and affect the void around it. In response, he did not panic and took out the heavenly treasure, Luoyan Pagoda. A powerful force surged and protected the cave, stabilizing the space within the cave. Buzz! Gradually, the immortal murdering bow exploded with a stronger light and emitted a stronger emperor aura. It was still growing. Just like that, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian used his eye of delusion to complement the forging. From time to time, he would replenish his divine power with the immortal Lingjing. In the end, the power of the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heartstone completely merged with the immortal murdering bow. After we find them, we'll go back to the other side. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian shook his head. There's still another thing to do. What is it? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. After we go to the chaotic, demonic sea, destroy the path that the Netherworld race is digging to the other side. Lin Tian Dao. The Netherworld race was very terrifying. If they really succeeded in digging that path and entered the other side, it would definitely be a dark day for the countless creatures in the other side. Who knew how many creatures would die tragically? Chapter 1222. What? You want to destroy the ancient road that the Netherworld race is digging? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened immediately. The Netherworld race was digging an ancient road that led to another world. That place was obviously very dangerous, even more dangerous than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Lin Tian actually wanted to go there and destroy the road that the Netherworld race was digging. This was too risky. Lin Tian naturally knew what Wuxing Crocodile was thinking and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There shouldn't be a problem." As he spoke, he looked at the emperor corpse of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld, not far away. Wuxing Crocodile followed his gaze and was stunned at first. Then it understood, and its eyes could not help but light up. Use this emperor corpse to go there? Just like when we entered the 8th Lord of the Netherworld? It immediately guessed what Lin Tian was planning. Lin Tian nodded. It was indeed so. He didn't refine the emperor corpse with the saint refinement artifact art because he wanted to use his divine soul to drive the emperor corpse into the chaotic demon sea and head towards the path that the Netherworld race was digging. Then he would secretly destroy the path. This method is not bad. Wuxing Crocodile nodded at this time. Its previous worries had lessened by more than half. After all, Lin Tian would be the Netherworld race emperor after entering this emperor corpse with a wisp of his spirit. With this identity, the risk factor would be reduced countless times. At the same time, the process of secretly destroying the ancient road would be much smoother. After all, The Netherworld race would not guard against and stare at their own people. Go now, it asked. Lin Tian shook his head. There's no hurry for now. Let's make some other preparations. Using a strand of his soul to enter the body of the 8th Lord of the Underworld, then secretly destroy the ancient path after entering the chaotic, demonic sea. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any problems and it would go very smoothly. However, just in case, he had to make more comprehensive preparations. After all, that place was not ordinary. It was indeed an extremely dangerous place. Other preparations? What preparations? Whooshing Crocodile was curious. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the sky across the cave. He said, "Increase your cultivation by another level." He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the Heart Sutra of Sun began to circulate slowly. The essence, energy, and spirit that he had used to forge the heavenly treasure, the killing bow, began to recover. After half an hour, he had reached his peak condition. Then he waved his right hand and took out 3 treasured fruits. All of them were intertwined with light and appeared extraordinary. King Flame Fruit, Emergence Plant, Tao Transformation Lotus. The Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes. These are divine items that can allow a cultivator to break through from the half-step Emperor realm to the half-Emperor realm. They are much more precious than the Saint Fruit. As it spoke, its eyes widened even more. You can't be thinking of using them to break through to the Emperor realm, right? More or less. Lin Tian on Tao. King Flame Fruit, Emergence Plant, and Tao Transformation Lotus. These divine items were naturally the treasures of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. At this time, he took out these 3 divine items because he wanted to break through to the Emperor realm. Of course, he would not rush in. It has been almost a year since the last breakthrough. You can continue to cultivate and reach the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, he said to the Whooshing Crocodile. As he spoke, he did not hesitate and began to refine the King Flame Fruit, Emergence Plant, and Tao Transformation Lotus. Suddenly, a shocking spiritual fragrance floated in the void and entered his body continuously. The Whooshing Crocodile looked at this scene and widened its eyes. Then it walked to the other side and took out a divine item to refine. Let's go to the 7th sky, it muttered. The 8th Lord of the Underworld had accumulated a shocking amount of treasures. It and Lin Tian had taken too many of them. At this time, they began to refine the divine item they took out. It was an immortal fruit. Their aura began to rise rapidly. On the other side, Lin Tian was refining the King Flame Fruit, Emergence Plant, and Tao Transformation Lotus. Golden divine light shone out of his body. Buzz! He seriously circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and refined the King Flame Fruit and the other 2 divine items. His aura increased again. For a time, the golden divine light that lingered around his body became thicker and more blazing. It was like the sun shining in all directions. Just like that, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 3 months later, a powerful demonic energy rushed out from the cave. The 5 Elements Crocodile's 6th rebirth was a success. It had reached the 7th heavenly layer of Nirvana from the 6th heavenly layer of Nirvana. Its demonic body was reborn and became even stronger than before. This feels so good. It laughed. As it spoke, it looked to the side. Lin Tian was still cultivating. Golden light shone around his body. His aura was still rising. He is really going to reach the Emperor realm, it muttered. Beside it, the golden light around Lin Tian's body was very dense. His essence, chi, and spirit had increased a lot compared to 3 months ago. His expression was very peaceful. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra, and his cultivation was also rising little by little. The Whooshing Crocodile watched from the side. After a pause, it began to consolidate its current realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Boom! On this day, the heavens trembled, and a terrifying power began to surge. Thunder rumbled. An oppressive aura came down from the sky. It was as if the universe was about to fall. All creatures were instantly terrified. At the same time in the cave, the golden light around Lin Tian's body dissipated. He stopped cultivating immediately. The thunder and oppressive aura in the sky disappeared without a trace. The sky returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. He opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly. His aura had increased a lot. At the same time, cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Beside him, the whooshing crocodile's scales stood up. It stared at Lin Tian. That's your emperor tribulation. This feeling, the heavens are serious this time. Even those who are infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm might not be able to withstand it. A thunderous roar resounded in the sky. A destructive aura descended, and an oppressive aura descended. It immediately knew that this was Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation after entering the monarch realm. That feeling was simply too terrifying. Just a single thunderous roar caused its divine soul to almost shatter. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth was trembling. I expected this. Lin Tian on Tao. He used the king's flame fruit and other divine items to refine. He spent 5 months to enter the emperor realm from the quasi-emperor realm. The first thing he did was to attract the emperor tribulation. Of course, this was a treatment that only he could enjoy. Other people who entered this realm would not have such a heavenly tribulation. At the same time, everything was within his expectations. He retreated the moment he entered the emperor realm. He forcefully suppressed his realm and stopped the heavenly tribulation. He took a deep breath and adjusted his aura. After dozens of breaths, he finally calmed down. Aren't you being too calm? How are you going to survive that kind of heavenly tribulation? It might really kill you. The whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. It's not that serious. There's a secret pill in the treasury of the 8th territory of the Netherworld that can temporarily increase one's combat strength by 10 times for a short period of time. Although there will be side effects afterwards, I'll improve it and minimize the side effects. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a 5-colored treasure pill. Then, he took out a dark green treasure cauldron. It was the cauldron that the master apothecary used to refine medicine. Although it did not have any offensive ability, it was a rare treasure on the path of refining medicine. This 5-colored bowdan was called the Divine Water Pill. After he put it into the dark green cauldron, he immediately activated the medicine encyclopedia. At the same time, he activated the golden pure yang flame to improve the Divine Water Pill. Now, as a 9th grade alchemist who controlled the medicine encyclopedia, he had the ability to improve it in about a day. Done. He put away the improved Divine Water Pill. The side effect after using it was that he would become very tired for a short period of time. The whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. There's only one bowdan. It's amazing to have one. After all, it can increase one's combat strength by 10 times. Lin Tiandao. He adjusted his breathing again and stood up from the ground. Let's go. He called out to the whooshing crocodile and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave was an old forest with towering ancient trees. The air was much better than inside the cave. Are we going directly to the chaotic, demonic ocean? The whooshing crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. The whooshing crocodile glanced at him and said, Speaking of which, I really didn't expect you to take the risk to get involved in this matter. You surprised Lord Crocodile. In any case, I'm also a human. They want to enter the world over there to unify and slaughter all humans. Since I know about it, I naturally can't sit back and do nothing. Most importantly, there are many people who are important to me in that world. Lin Tiandao. The whooshing crocodile nodded. Naturally, it understood. In fact, it was also very clear that if it really allowed the Netherworld race to enter the world over there, the 10 Heavens domain would definitely be in chaos. Countless creatures would die tragically because of this. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He used the heavenly treasure, Yen Luo, to store his body and the whooshing crocodile. A wisp of his divine soul entered the imperial body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. He covered thousands of feet in one step and quickly headed towards the westernmost position of the sealed, dust-ancient region. Soon, half a month passed. On this day, he rode the imperial corpse of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and arrived outside a blue ocean. As far as the eye could see, the ocean surged with waves, and it emanated an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if a god of death resided beneath the ocean. Chaotic, demonic ocean. He muttered to himself. At this time, he was still some distance away from the chaotic, demonic ocean. At this place, he released the whooshing crocodile from the fallen Yama pagoda and asked the whooshing crocodile to carefully find a place nearby to hide. Then he used a wisp of his divine soul to drive the imperial body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld to the opposite side of the chaotic, demonic ocean. His body was still in the fallen Yama pagoda. Boom! Waves rolled over the chaotic, demonic ocean. Sometimes they could rush up to thousands of feet high. The momentum was terrifying and shook the void. Lin Tiandao rode the imperial body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and stepped into the chaotic, demonic ocean. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed tens of thousands of feet. What happened next was beyond his expectations. Apart from the oppressive waves, there was nothing special about the chaotic, demonic ocean. He walked on the surface of the ocean and didn't even see the weakest class 1 demonic beast. Chapter 1223. Chaotic Demon Sea. This place doesn't seem to fit the description. Lin Tian muttered. Other than the towering waves, there wasn't much danger in this vast ocean. It didn't really fit the description of chaotic. Of course, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. He walked on the surface of the ocean and headed towards the opposite side of the chaotic demon sea. This vast ocean was extremely vast. He walked on the surface of the ocean at an extremely fast speed. However, it took him 3 days to reach the end of the ocean and arrive at the chaotic demon sea. Looking around, what entered his eyes was a slightly turbid area. There were no mountains, no grass, no sand, nothing. There was only an unimaginable sense of emptiness. He appeared to be very calm. He inserted a strand of his divine soul into the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. He controlled the Emperor Corpse to emit the unique Netherworld Emperor power of the Netherworld race and walked forward. Swoosh! 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 There was an air-piercing sound. 3 tall figures instantly appeared in front of him. All of them had powerful auras and emperor power. 3 Netherworld race emperors. Luo Yen. One of them spoke. Luo Yen was naturally the name of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. Lin Tian inserted a strand of his divine soul into the 8th Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor Corpse and nodded at the 3 Netherworld Emperors. He had searched the sea of consciousness of the 8th Underworld Lord before, so he roughly knew that these 3 people had been guarding this place all these years. They were called Yu Liechi, Yu Qinghu, and Yu Hongshi. They were all at the second sky of Emperor Realm. Among the lords, you come here the most frequently. You can't wait to kill your way into the other world? Yu Liechi said. After all, Luo Yan's ancestor killed his way into the other world and was then killed by the despicable and insignificant humans. As the descendant of that hero, the blood of that hero flows in my body. Luo Yan naturally wants to be the first to kill my way over and avenge my ancestor with the blood of the humans in the other world. Yu Qinghu said. Yu Hongshi's eyes were deep and flashed with a dim light. This time, it will not be the same as before. We will definitely slaughter all of the humans. Lin Tian used a wisp of his soul to enter the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and heard the conversation between the 3 Netherworld Emperors. It turned out that the direct ancestor of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld was a 9th Heaven Emperor of the Netherworld race. Back then, he had caused chaos over there and was killed by a group of human experts in the 10 Directions Great Killing Formation in a desolate mountain. I'll have to go to the other side sooner or later. He controlled this emperor's body to make a sound. Of course, this sound was exactly the same as the voice of the eighth Lord of the Underworld. This kind of sound was not difficult for him. The reason he said this was firstly to deal with the 3 Netherworld race emperors in front of him. Secondly, he was indeed going to the other side of the world sooner or later. Over there was someone very important to him. It won't take long. The excavation of that road is much faster than we expected. Yu Qinghu said. Beside him, the other 2 nodded with a cold smile. Their eyes were bloodthirsty, as if they could already see the scene of bloodshed in the other side of the world. Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race's emperor's body and looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them naturally knew that he was asking. One of them said, "Let's go. Just like before, we'll know once we enter that road." Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race's emperor's body and followed the 3 of them. They passed through turbid lands and soon saw a group of other figures. They were all cultivators of the Netherworld race. The weakest of them was at the Enlightenment realm. He wasn't surprised that there were cultivators of the Netherworld race here. From the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race's Sea of Consciousness, he knew that these cultivators of the Netherworld race were in charge of excavating the ancient road here. Moreover, there were some who had reached the Nirvana realm and even half-step emperors here. After all, it was impossible to let emperors excavate the ancient road. Of course, after these people came here, they couldn't leave unless the road was completely excavated. Moreover, during the excavation process, these people weren't told where the road led to. Therefore, the only people who truly knew where the ancient road led to were those above the Emperor realm. Lin Tian followed the 3 of them deeper into the chaotic demonic ocean and saw even more cultivators of the Netherworld race. They were all busy. Then he came to a region of chaos. The surroundings were filled with chaotic light, which was very oppressive. He shifted his gaze and looked around. He saw a tall blue golden door standing in the middle of the chaotic zone. On both sides of the door were chaotic zones. Behind the door, the chaotic zone seemed to have been destroyed and moved away. A spatial passage was excavated. It was circular and had a diameter of about 3 feet. It was like a tunnel in the mountains, shattering the chaos and excavating space. This passage is the road that the Netherworld race is excavating to the other side. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He stared at the spatial passage in front of him. His eyes couldn't help but intertwine with a cold light. The Netherworld race wanted to use this ancient road to go to the other side of the world to cause chaos and slaughter. They wanted to unify the 10 heavens domain and enslave all the other races except the Netherworld race. They were extremely ambitious and very cruel. Let's go in and take a look. This road is almost finished, Yu Qinghu said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian followed the others into the spatial passage. The interior was filled with chaotic light. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. He followed the 3 of them and sensed the scale of the spatial tunnel. At the same time, he placed his right hand behind his back and hid it in his sleeve, carving the eternal killing marks in the space of the tunnel. Strands of eternal killing marks were imprinted on the spatial tunnel. His current cultivation was very powerful. Moreover, after 3 years of seclusion, his array Dao had reached the level of a rank 9 array controller. His control of the eternal killing runes had reached 30%. It was extremely powerful. It was much easier to carve the runes now. It wasn't as difficult as before. At this moment, he was carving the eternal killing runes with the emperor body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race. He was serious and cautious, completely avoiding the senses of Yu Qinghu and the other 2 Netherworld emperors. He continued to carve the eternal killing runes as he walked through the spatial passage. After an unknown period of time, he finally reached the end of the spatial passage. There were many experts from the Netherworld race who were busy destroying the chaotic zone. Seeing Lin Tian enter the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race, as well as Yu Qinghu and the other 3 Netherworld race emperors, the experts from the Netherworld race all saluted respectfully. "You all leave first. You, Qinghu said to the Netherworld race cultivators. Yes, the Netherworld race cultivators naturally didn't dare to hesitate. They saluted again and left the spatial passage as quickly as possible. It wasn't until the group of Netherworld race cultivators had truly left the spatial passage that Yu Qinghu spoke again. He said to the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race that Lin Tian had entered the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race with his divine soul. Those who aren't strong enough won't be able to sense it. However, with our Emperor Realm cultivation, we can already sense the aura of the other world. Luoyan, did you sense it? Lin Tian stared ahead. All he saw was chaos. He was still digging. He sensed a little and was immediately moved. Compared to the Netherworld race cultivators of the sealed dust ancient region, he came from the other world. He was undoubtedly the clearest about the aura of the other world. At this moment, he sensed a little and indeed sensed the aura of the other world. I sensed it, he said in a low voice. Of course, his voice was still exactly the same as the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race. According to the current situation, we'll be able to complete this ancient path in a few years at most. Yu Lai said. That's right, Yu Hongshur said. Yu Huqing patted the shoulder of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race that Lin Tian had entered with a wisp of his divine soul. He said, Luoyan will be able to kill our way to the other side very soon. We'll unify the 10 heavens domain and then slaughter all the humans in the other world. Saying this, the man sneered. His eyes were cold, and at the same time, there was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Lin Tian listened to the man's words and looked at the man's eyes. His gaze was also very cold. Wait a few more years. In a few years, we'll directly go over and slaughter them to our heart's content. Yu Huqing sneered. At this moment, the Netherworld Emperor saw the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes. It was undoubtedly directed at the humans of the other world. He wanted to immediately go over and slaughter them. He didn't think that this gaze was actually directed at him. In the end, Lin Tian followed the 3 Netherworld Emperors to look at the spatial passageway. Then he walked out of the passageway. During this process, his right hand was always behind his back, secretly carving eternal killing runes in his sleeve. Soon he walked out of the spatial passageway and bid farewell to the 3 Netherworld Emperors. The spatial passageway to the other world had already been carved full of eternal killing runes. They were hidden in the void. After leaving here, he would activate them immediately. Thousands of eternal killing runes would be enough to destroy the passageway. Get ready to kill your way to the other side. Yu Huqing said to him. Lin Tian entered the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race with a wisp of his divine soul. He nodded and walked to the other side of the Demon Sea. At this moment, the void vibrated. A figure came from the other side of the chaotic Demon Sea. The aura he emitted was extremely shocking. The Netherworld Emperor's power was extremely vigorous, far beyond that of an ordinary emperor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived here. He was actually a person who was infinitely close to the heavenly master realm. He felt like a burning furnace. Ancestor King! Yu Qinghu and the others were shocked. They hurriedly went forward and bowed, respectfully. Lin Tian was moved and followed suit. The so-called Ancestor King of the Netherworld race is actually a person who is infinitely close to the heavenly master realm. This person is even stronger than the 7 ultimate demonic emperor. He thought to himself, the Ancestor King of the Netherworld race was tall and sturdy. The aura he emitted was incomparably oppressive. When he scanned the place, Yu Qinghu and the others stood up. Chapter 1224. What? Yu Qinghu and the rest of the Netherworld race's experts turned pale when they heard the Ancestor Monarch's words. He's not Luo Yan? How can that be? Yu Lieqi looked at Lin Tian. This is indeed Luo Yan. His aura is the same. There's no mistake, Ancestral King. Yu Lieqi was an emperor rank elite and was very familiar with Luo Yan, the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. He could clearly feel that this was Luo Yan. The aura matched perfectly. It was definitely not some transformation technique. Ancestral King, it's Luo Yan. Yu Hongshi also spoke. The three netherworld elites guarding here were not weak. They scanned the area with their powerful emperor rank divine senses and did not find anything unusual. That's right. It's Lord Luo Yan. I've seen him many times. That's right. It's indeed Lord Luo Yan's aura. It doesn't seem fake. There were many netherworld race cultivators here. They were in charge of digging the ancient path to the other world. At this time, they were all waiting outside to see the netherworld ancestral king. After hearing the netherworld ancestral king's words, everyone's eyes fell on the body of the eighth lord of the netherworld race that Lin Tian controlled with a wisp of his soul. They could not see a trace of falsehood. Ancestral king, what are you talking about? I'm Luo Yan. Lin Tian also spoke, controlling the body of the eighth lord of the netherworld race to speak. The netherworld ancestral king's physique was tall and burly. The aura he emitted was very oppressive. His eyes were as cold as heavenly blades. You can fool them, but you can't fool me. This person stared at Lin Tian. His voice was very cold. As he spoke, the netherworld light in his body flickered. A majestic force surged out and swept toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not dare hesitate. He immediately retreated, dodging with the yin-yang steps and moving dozens of feet away. Old thing, he spoke. This time he did not imitate the voice of the eighth lord of the netherworld race. It was his own voice. He knew very well that he had been completely exposed. He could not hide from this infinitely powerful, heavenly venerable. That's not Luo Yan's voice. It's really not Luo Yan. Yu Qinghu and the others' expressions changed. The rest of the netherworld race cultivators were also shocked. Since he'd already been exposed, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. He directly left and headed towards the other side of the chaotic demon ocean. He didn't really care about Yu Qinghu and the others, but the Nether Ancestor King, who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerate realm, was somewhat terrifying. He was definitely not a match for such a person. Humph! The Nether Ancestor King snorted and took a step forward, stopping Lin Tian on the spot. He then raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. At the same time, Yu Qinghu, Yu Lieqi, and Yu Hongshi acted as well. They condensed a mysterious underworld seal, causing dense underworld runes to appear in the air and on the ground, sealing off the surroundings. Don't even think about leaving. The three of them growled. At this moment, the three of them clearly knew that the person before them wasn't the true eighth lord of the underworld and had come with ill intentions. Their expressions were very unsightly. As strong as they were actually deceived and did not sense that the one who came was the fake Luo Yan. Lin Tian used the 9th level of the yin-yang steps and barely avoided the Nether Ancestor King's palm. He then moved another 1,000 feet away. Reveal your true body. Yu Hongshi pressed towards Lin Tian, and the nether giant palm pressed down, enveloping the surroundings. At the same time, Yu Qinghu and Yu Lieqi also acted. The nether light was very frightening. The Nether Ancestor King was the most terrifying. His palm swept out again, bringing about a hurricane. Just a slight graze from the hurricane caused cracks to appear on the 8th Lord of the Underworld, controlled by Lin Tian. It almost collapsed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Underworld's physical body and was forced into a corner. Come out. The Nether Ancestor King's eyes were cold. He had obviously sensed that the 8th Lord of the Underworld's physical body had been occupied. Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body and faced the Nether Ancestor King. He felt immense pressure, but he didn't show the slightest fear or apprehension. Buzz! The fallen Yama pagoda floated out, flickering with light. His true body walked out and faced the Nether Ancestor King and the others calmly. For a moment, the Nether Ancestor King and the others' expressions changed. Human! The Nether Ancestor King's pupils shrank. Human, you actually entered my clan's world. How? Then, what's going on with Lord Luoyen? The other nether tribe cultivators stared at Lin Tian, and then their gazes fell on the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body behind Lin Tian. They were all shocked. Lin Tian's true body walked out, his expression calm. With a thought, the wisp of origin spirit that entered the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body left his body. Then the heavenly treasure, Yama Pagoda, took the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body. Immediately, the nether tribe cultivator's expressions changed again. That's Luoyen's heavenly treasure, Yama Pagoda, and Luoyen's physical body. You took Luoyen. How is that possible? You killed Luoyen? You took his body and heavenly treasure. Yu Qinghu, Yu Liechi, and Yu Hongshi's expressions all changed. The three of them were not stupid. They could tell that Lin Tian had taken the 8th Lord of the Underworld's physical body and entered it with a wisp of origin spirit to come here. What? The nether tribe cultivators were all shocked. The 8th Lord of the Underworld was killed. No wonder we didn't realize it. So that's how it is. You killed Luoyen and used his emperor's body to come here. How bold of you! Yu Qinghu's voice was cold. Speak. What despicable means did you use to kill Luoyen? This person had already sensed that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor level. He didn't think that Lin Tian had killed the 8th Lord of the Underworld with his own strength. It was impossible for a quasi-emperor to kill an emperor in a head-on battle. As soon as he said this, the venomous gazes of the other netherworld race cultivators became even more venomous. Damn human! How dare you use despicable means to kill Lord Luoyen, Ancestral King? 3 emperors, you must tear him into pieces. Let this lowly human never be reincarnated. These nether tribe cultivators stared at Lin Tian with ferocious gazes. A quasi-emperor level human had snuck into their world, killed one of their emperor-level lords, seized his physical body and heavenly treasure, and then ran over here. How did you come here from the other world? Speak. The ancestral king of the underworld stared coldly at Lin Tian and asked. Take a guess. Lin Tian Ondao. When the ancestral king of the underworld saw his attitude, his gaze became even colder. A quasi-emperor, human, dared to speak to him, who was infinitely close to becoming a heavenly venerable. Then there's no need for you to say anything. After I suppress you, I'll see for myself, the man said mercilessly. Lin Tian could sense the terrifying aura from this man, but he wasn't afraid. You're not weak, but you can't suppress me. He was very calm. Shameless boasting. You're just a quasi-emperor ant. How dare you say such arrogant words in front of our ancestral king? Yu Qinghu said coldly. The ancestral king of the underworld pressed forward to suppress Lin Tian. Do you really think you can defeat me? Lin Tian Ondao was still very calm. The 10 directions have been sealed by the divine runes. The 3 of us are here, and the ancestral king is here in person. How can a quasi-emperor ant like you be so calm? Disgusting. Do you think you can leave this place unscathed? Yu Hongshi said coldly. You can't escape. You'll die without a burial place. Another man said. Lin Tian was still calm and didn't show any emotion. You'll be disappointed. As he said this, he stopped suppressing his cultivation. A faint emperor aura surged and began to attack the emperor domain. In an instant, the emperor aura on his body rose steadily. In the blink of an eye, the faint emperor aura became extremely dense. A true emperor aura surged out of his body. It was vast and shocking, much stronger than Yu Qinghu and the others. This shocked Yu Qinghu and the other 2 underworld emperors. Even the ancestral king of the underworld was surprised. As for the other ordinary underworld race cultivators, they were all shocked. This is an emperor. He has directly stepped into the emperor realm. He wasn't a quasi-emperor before. This The ordinary underworld race cultivators were shocked. The ancestral king of the underworld looked at Lin Tian. He could feel that the pure emperor aura exuding from Lin Tian was extraordinary. It was stronger than the average fourth heaven emperor. However, he didn't care. The surprise in his eyes dissipated. So what if you've entered the emperor realm from the quasi-emperor level? Do you think you can escape this place? Stupid. The ancestral king of the underworld's voice was cold. This time, he moved slowly towards Lin Tian. He was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. Even a ninth heaven emperor wouldn't be able to enter his eyes, let alone Lin Tian, who had just entered the emperor realm. Seeing this person walking towards him, Lin Tian didn't move. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. "You'll be bloody unlucky." As his words fell, the heavens and earth shook violently. An extremely oppressive aura covered the sky as if the heavens were about to fall. Boom! An earth-shattering thunder suddenly exploded. A terrifying destructive force spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. Yu Hongshi and the other two underworld emperors trembled. The other underworld race, cultivators, were terrified. The ancestral king of the underworld, who was walking towards Lin Tian, felt a chill down his spine and stopped in his tracks. Yu, staring at Lin Tian and looking up at the heavens, this existence who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear rose in his heart. Boom! The ear-piercing thunder exploded again. In the firmament of this space, endless dark clouds appeared in an instant. Bucket-sized bolts of blood-red lightning interweaved in the thick clouds, like the roar of an ancient true dragon, as if it wanted to destroy everything in this world. For a moment, all the Daos trembled. This is heavenly tribulation. That human attracted a heavenly tribulation. The group of netherworld race cultivators were shocked at this place. Chapter 1225. Boom! Thunder rumbled, shaking the surroundings. Tens of thousands of bloody lightning bolts interweaved in the sky as if they were going to destroy everything. This actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. Isn't a heavenly tribulation only attracted after entering the immortal ascension realm? He's now. This is an emperor-level heavenly tribulation. But it's impossible to attract a heavenly tribulation after entering the emperor realm. What's going on? Attracting a destructive heavenly tribulation after entering the emperor realm. This has never happened before. All the netherworld race cultivators were stunned. Under such destructive tribulation lightning, their internal organs turned cold. Boom! The space turned pitch black as thick clouds covered the sky. Tens of thousands of bloody lightning bolts rumbled in the sky, echoing through the 9 heavens. No one knew how vast the area was. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. Seeing this, even the netherworld race's ancestral king trembled. He had an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. Yu Qinghu couldn't help but cry out. A human actually attracted a heavenly tribulation after entering the emperor realm. This was simply a fantasy. However, such a scene was right in front of them. The destructive lightning bolts were vast and mighty in the sky. It was indeed a heavenly tribulation. Boom! The sky rumbled as tens of thousands of lightning bolts interweaved. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian stood at the center of this heavenly tribulation. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of obvious mockery. "Since you're so kind, I can't be stingy. I invite you to undergo the emperor tribulation together. You have to know that this kind of thing isn't something that just anyone can encounter," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a large amount of bloody lightning bolts fell directly. With a crack, the protective saint runes that Yu Qinghu and the others had activated here shattered and were completely destroyed. The bloody lightning bolts were like a downpour, splitting heaven and earth. Miserable screams immediately sounded. It was very ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, before the blood-red lightning had even struck, more than half of the Netherworld race cultivators had been shattered by the aura of the lightning. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot, and their life auras were completely wiped out. Ka! 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 The void was directly shattered. Crisp sounds continued to ring out as the dense blood-red lightning bolts descended. No. Ah! Lord Ancestor King, Lord Emperor, save. Ah! Screams and cries for help rang out incessantly. At this place, the group of Netherworld race cultivators that had been glaring at Lin Tian with ghastly and malevolent gazes a moment ago were completely enveloped by blood-red lightning at this moment. All of them covered their heads and fled like rats as they were struck into pieces one after another. These people originally wanted to escape this area, but they discovered that with the formation of this heavenly tribulation, the periphery of the space enveloped by the heavenly tribulation was actually covered by a lightning barrier. It was impossible to break through, and if one went near it, they would die on the spot. Ah! Blood-curdling screams rang out continuously. In just the blink of an eye, this place was completely destroyed and charred. Apart from Yu, Cheng, Hu, and the other two emperors and the Netherworld ancestral monarch who was infinitely close to the Heaven Venerable realm, the other Netherworld race cultivators were all dead. Damn it! The Netherworld race's ancestral king and the 3 Netherworld race's emperors were furious. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing and shook the heavens and earth. Blood-red lightning struck down one after another, almost shattering the sky. Lin Tian naturally felt how terrifying his emperor, Heavenly Tribulation, was. At this moment, without any hesitation, he immediately took out the improved divine river pill that he had obtained from the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately his physique shook, and the aura he exuded surged. In the blink of an eye, his strength had reached a terrifying height. 10 times my combat strength! A glint flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he clearly felt his own strength. He could shatter the heavens and earth. With 10 times his combat strength, at this moment, he was no longer afraid of the heavenly tribulation above his head. He tilted his head and looked at the Netherworld ancestral king who was closest to him. The corners of his mouth curled up even more. "Old man, pay attention. I'm coming," he said to this person. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of this person. In an instant, the rolling thunder moved with him. Blood-red lightning fell like raindrops, shattering the heavens and earth. The Netherworld ancestral king was very powerful. However, when he faced Lin Tian at this moment, he immediately trembled violently. Firstly, Lin Tian's aura had become 10 times stronger after consuming the divine river pill. It was extremely terrifying. Secondly, this destructive emperor, Heavenly Tribulation, was centered around Lin Tian. As Lin Tian stepped forward, the most terrifying destructive lightning moved with him. At the same time it enveloped Lin Tian, the person undergoing the Heavenly Tribulation, and the Netherworld ancestral king. That aura terrified him. At this moment, this existence who was infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerable realm retreated without any hesitation. "Didn't you want to suppress me? I'm delivering myself to you, but you want to run away?" Lin Tian Ondao. Lightning flashed around his body. He was like the Lord of Thunder. Stepping on the 9th stage of the Yin Yang steps, he moved with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the retreating Netherworld ancestral king. He raised his right hand and ruthlessly smashed the Chaos Emperor fist. With a bang, the Netherworld ancestral king was directly smashed to the ground at Lin Tian's feet. Half of his emperor body was almost smashed to pieces. It was also at this moment that the first round of the Heavenly Tribulation fell with a rumble. The dense tribulation lightning was countless times more terrifying than the scattered blood-red lightning from before. It drowned Lin Tian and the Netherworld ancestral king, who was smashed to the ground. Ah! A miserable scream rang out on the spot. It was mournful and sorrowful, causing one's scalp to go numb. The Netherworld Ancestral King was smashed to the ground by Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor Fist. He did not have time to use a secret technique to resist the descending tribulation lightning. His body was immediately charred, and his blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! The Netherworld Ancestral King growled in anger. He endured the intense pain and retreated, fleeing into the distance. Lin Tian stood in place, relying on the divine river pill to increase his battle strength by tenfold. He perfectly broke through the first round of tribulation lightning with the divination divine art. He was unscathed. At the same time, he did not give the Netherworld Ancestral King a chance to repair his damaged body. Stepping on the 9th stage of the Yin Yang steps, he once again stepped in front of the Netherworld Ancestral King and brought down the blood-red lightning that filled the sky. Boom! The blood-red lightning split the heavens and the earth, enveloping all directions. At the same time, Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor Fist struck out at the Netherworld Ancestral King's body once again. With a bang, the Netherworld Ancestral King was sent flying. His emperor body was covered in cracks, and blood flowed continuously. The Netherworld Ancestral King steadied himself in the distance and glared at Lin Tian. Even his face was stained with blood. He was battered and exhausted. How ugly! Lin Tian Ondao rubbed salt on the wound. Moreover, as he said this, he did not stop at all. He took a step forward and pressed in front of the Netherworld Ancestral King again. Endless thunderbolts surged and struck down continuously. He didn't say much. His primal Chaos Emperor's fist was unleashed with tenfold battle prowess. The true dragon and immortal phoenix were sent out and shrouded the ancestor king of the Netherworld race. Bang! 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 He was extremely fast, bringing along destructive lightning attacks. Punch after punch landed on the Netherworld Ancestral King's body. Boom! Dense bolts of lightning continued to fall, scorching the chaotic void. At this moment, there was another deafening rumble, and the second round of destructive heavenly tribulation fell. The entire sea of lightning seemed like it was going to crush everything. The Netherworld Ancestral King was caught off guard by the first round of tribulation lightning. Then he was enveloped by Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor Fist and was hit repeatedly. At this time, facing such a sea of lightning, he was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Even if he was in existence infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, it was the first time he had seen such a terrifying tribulation lightning. At this moment, he didn't have any intention to go head-on against Lin Tian at all. He dodged Lin Tian's attacks and left Lin Tian's side as quickly as possible, because so long as he was far away from Lin Tian, who was undergoing the tribulation, then he would be able to leave the sea of lightning of destruction. However, Lin Tian obviously would not give him such a chance. He used the 9th level of the Yin Yang steps to the limit and was almost sticking to the Netherworld Ancestral King. Ordinary people can't encounter such an emperor-level heavenly tribulation. I'll let you see it up close. This is your fortune of 3 lifetimes. Why are you running? Lin Tian said, "Get lost." The Netherworld Ancestral King felt a chill down his spine. He was shocked and angry and almost cursed out loud. He would be stained with blood if he got hit. What kind of fortune of 3 lifetimes was this? Lin Tian snorted. Dense sword radiance appeared around him. Each radiance was terrifying and completely sealed off all of the Netherworld Ancestral King's escape routes. They pressed forward majestically like a destructive rain of swords. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the second wave of heavenly tribulation pressed forward with a rumble. You deserve to die. The Netherworld Ancestral King was furious. Lin Tian had calculated the right time to send out dense sword radiance at him. He had exhausted his energy to deal with the destructive sword radiance. After that, it would be difficult for him to have a chance to resist the sea of lightning that followed closely behind. Lin Tian looked at his opponent and smiled indifferently. Clang! Boom! The clanging of sword radiance reverberated, and ear-piercing thunder rumbled. The dense sword radiance and the sea of lightning came one after another. It was terrifying to hear. In the blink of an eye, this place was drowned by the light. Nothing could be seen or heard. When the light dissipated, Lin Tian had safely withstood the second wave of lightning punishment. He stood firmly on the spot. The Netherworld Ancestral King opposite him had exploded. His flesh was scattered all over the void. He looked extremely miserable. Ah! This person's divine soul roared. His flesh wriggled and quickly reconstructed his body. However, his aura was countless times weaker. Lin Tian looked at his opponent. Lightning intertwined around his body. He used the 9th level of yin-yang steps and stepped forward again. Boom! He showed no mercy. He still attacked with the Chaos Emperor Fist. The terrifying fist aura was shocking. The Nether Ancestor King had just reformed his physical body when Lin Tian approached him. His face took a heavy punch, and half of his face was smashed. Blood gushed out, and he looked like a ferocious ghost that had walked out of hell. No. Chapter 1226. When Lin Tian stepped into the Emperor rank, the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Normal emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even the ordinary scattered blood lightning contained unparalleled power that could destroy everything. Lin Tian glanced at the direction where Nether Liechi exploded with a calm expression. Immediately after, the primal Chaos Emperor Fist became even stronger. For a moment, the sound of the fist resounded in this space along with the thunder, shattering the Nether Ancestor King's defensive divine light. Bang! Another punch penetrated the Nether Ancestor King's chest and sent him flying a few hundred meters away. This Nether Ancestor King, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, was incomparably furious. His entire body was covered in blood and cracks. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He moved with the duality steps and approached his opponent again, pressing down with the Emperor Fist again and again. Boom! 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 The primal Chaos Emperor Fist's power was terrifying. It directly shattered the void and let out a sound like the beating of a sacred drum. Boom! Thunder rumbled, while dense bolts of blood-red lightning descended incessantly like rain, and they struck this expanse of space to the point it was scorched to the extreme. The space behind the chaotic demonic ocean was originally incomparably sturdy, but at this moment Lin Tian attracted an emperor rank heavenly tribulation. This space instantly began to crumble as large cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. The scene was horrifying. The Nether Ancestor King gritted his teeth. The fury in his eyes seemed to have materialized. He defended against Lin Tian's Emperor Fist and quickly retreated. At this moment, Lin Tian attracted the heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian was the center of destruction. The most terrifying heavenly tribulation force was all around Lin Tian. It was too dangerous to be in the center of such destruction. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand it. Why are you retreating? Lin Tiandao, the 9th rank of the duality steps, was extremely fast. He forced himself to the side of the Nether Ancestor King and bombarded it with the primal Chaos Emperor Fist. The Nether Ancestor King was furious, but he couldn't escape. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Lin Tian swung the primal Chaos Emperor Fist, which transformed into a true dragon and immortal phoenix. The fist landed on the Nether Ancestor King's chest. The Netherworld Ancestor King was sent flying. Half of his body was almost smashed into pieces, and several of his ribs were broken. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the distance. This was someone who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. To be able to withstand Lin Tian's Emperor Fist that was 10 times stronger, if it was any other ordinary emperor, they would have been instantly smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Boom! Thunder rumbled and lightning interweaved. Dense, blood-red lightning bolts fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The Netherworld Ancestral King had an ugly expression on his face. He used all of his strength to dodge the light of lightning punishment. However, Lin Tian's fist came close again at this time and landed on his chest with a bang. Pooh! Blood splashed out as the Netherworld Ancestor King was sent flying. This time, half of his body was blasted apart. Damn it! On the other side, there was an angry shout. Yu Qinghu's entire body was covered in blood as he dodged the blood-colored lightning in the sky. He cut an extremely sorry figure as he dodged with great difficulty. Lin Tian tilted his head to look at this person and took a step forward. As he moved, the blood-colored lightning in the sky moved with him. Destructive tribulation lightning bolts struck down one after another as if they were the source of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. Yu Qinghu instantly trembled. His scalp couldn't help but feel numb as his internal organs trembled. Damn it, Yu. Originally, it was already extremely difficult for him to deal with ordinary lightning, and it was very difficult for him to block it. However, at this time, Lin Tian, who was at the center of the destruction, stepped over and directly brought along even more terrifying lightning, which made his back turn cold. He quickly retreated and pulled away from Lin Tian. Lin Tian's speed was very fast. Relying on Yu Qinghu's movement, Yu Qinghu couldn't escape at all. You said before that you would kill your way to the other side and wipe out the human race? His voice was cold. Yu Qinghu could feel the terrifying aura on Lin Tian's body. Hearing this, he trembled again and retreated even faster. However, Lin Tian clearly wouldn't give Yu Qinghu such a chance. Lightning crackled around him, and he was like a thunder god walking in the mortal world. He directly swung the primal chaos Empyrean fist, smashing it towards Yu Qinghu. Roar! Roar! A dragon roared and a phoenix cried. A true dragon and a phoenix appeared at the same time and drowned Yu Qinghu together. Ah! Yu Qinghu screamed. His cultivation was far inferior to the ancestor of the Netherworld race, who was infinitely close to the Sky Venerable Realm. He was directly smashed into pieces by this punch, turning into a bloody mist. It was also at this time that a large amount of blood-colored lightning fell with a rumble. No! A shrill scream rang out. This powerful emperor of the Netherworld race was completely annihilated on the spot. There was no trace of him left. From now on, this place had lost a second emperor of the Netherworld race. Qinghu, the other Netherworld emperor, Yu Hongshi, couldn't help but cry out. However, he quickly stopped and fearfully dodged the blood-colored lightning falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured again. Damn it! In the distance, the ancestor of the Netherworld race glared at Lin Tian. The anger in his eyes was so strong that it was about to materialize. Lin Tian lightly snorted. He took a step forward with the duality steps. Boom! It was also at this time that a loud sound rang out in the sky. The third round of the main heavenly tribulation began to brew. An incomparably oppressive aura spread out. It was unknown how many times more terrifying than the first and second round of tribulation lightning. It caused Lin Tian to tremble. With a rumble, the entire world turned dark. The aura of destruction spread out in all directions, frightening all living beings. At this moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation increased by more than a few times. In an unknown place in the sealed dust ancient region, Wu-Yi, Violet Fairy, and the others were walking together when they suddenly stopped. Wu-Yi tilted his head and looked in the direction of the chaotic demon ocean. Yeah, little Taichu lay on her shoulder. His aura was stronger than a few years ago. He also looked in the direction of the chaotic demon ocean. Brothers Aura and the heavenly tribulation. It's a very terrifying heavenly tribulation. Violet Fairy looked in the direction of the chaotic demon ocean. Her fairy-like eyes were filled with specks of brilliance and a strange light. Wu-Yi was very calm. Only specks of light emerged from her body and spread out in all directions like a gentle breeze. She moved and walked in the direction of the heavenly tribulation aura. After the chaotic demon ocean, thunder rumbled. It was terrifying. Boom! Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the space was constantly crumbling. Lin Tian was under the thunder. At this moment, his large body suddenly moved slightly. He tilted his head and looked in the distance. Wu-Yi. His eyes glowed as he sensed Wu-Yi's aura. This aura was as calm and peaceful as usual. It was as if the other party was deliberately letting him feel it. Boom! Above the firmament, thunder rumbled and became even more terrifying. Destructive auras pressed down one after another. Lin Tian looked at the firmament. Blood-red lightning kept striking down. The third round of the main heavenly tribulation was in the midst of brewing. It seemed to take some time. At the same time, he could feel that this round of main heavenly tribulation was very terrifying. It was far more terrifying than the previous ones. He looked at the firmament and tilted his head to look in the direction of Wu-Yi's aura. He then looked at the Netherworld Ancestor King in this place. Faint brilliance intertwined in his eyes. He took a step forward and left this place heading south. With a rumble, the heavenly tribulation moved with him as he moved. It also headed south of this place. After moving several 100 feet away, he tilted his head and looked behind him. His right hand formed a seal. Boom! 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 Behind him, in the space passage that the Netherworld race had opened to the other side, terrifying murderous intent surged out and surged into the clouds. At this moment, Lin Tian left with the heavenly tribulation. He activated the eternal killing array that he had previously engraved in the space passage. Dense, eternal killing light immediately erupted, slashing horizontally and directly causing the space passage to collapse. It was destroyed in the blink of an eye. No, how could this be? A heart-wrenching howl came from behind. The eyes of the Netherworld Ancestor King, who was infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm, turned red. They had excavated this road to the other side for countless years. They had set up all kinds of defenses on the outside. Even someone infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm would find it difficult to destroy this road from the outside. Just now, the heavenly tribulation light had not destroyed it. He was very confident in this road. However, at this time, what he did not expect was that the inside of the ancient road would erupt with such terrifying killing light and directly destroy the ancient road. This Yu Hongsher trembled. As an emperor rank expert, he was not stupid. At this time, he could understand the cause and effect. It must be that after Lin Tian killed the 8th Netherworld Overlord, he learned that the Netherworld race was excavating the ancient road to the other side. Then he used the 8th Netherworld Overlord's Emperor body to come here and deceive them into entering the ancient road. Then he set up a destructive attack on the ancient road and then activated it at this time, filling the ancient road with destructive power and destroying it from the inside. Thinking of this, the powerful Netherworld Emperor was shocked, angry, and terrified. They had been digging this path for countless years, and it wouldn't be long before they succeeded. But now, it had been destroyed by Lin Tian. All their efforts over the years had gone down the drain, all for naught. Moreover, it was him Yu Cheng and Yu Lai who abandoned Lin Tian and brought him here. It was entirely their responsibility. Ah, the Netherworld Ancestor King roared. He stared at Lin Tian crazily. His eyes were even redder. He could not help but directly attack. Lin Tian glanced back at this person and left with a sky full of thunder. He did not look back. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of feet away. Let's do something big. His eyes shone with a sharp light, appearing very cold. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. Blood-red, destructive lightning fell like a torrential rain, shattering the space and striking Lin Tian. These were just ordinary lightning in this heavenly tribulation. Although they were terrifying, they could not do anything to Lin Tian, who was now 10 times stronger. He stepped on the void and went straight to the south. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the chaotic demon sea. Crack! 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 The void shattered inch by inch, and the ground collapsed inch by inch. The scene was extremely terrifying. "Boy, what are you doing? Your grandpa crocodile is here. Don't come over." The whooshing crocodile's voice came from the front of Lin Tian. This guy rushed out from a hidden place. The scales on his body stood up. When he saw Lin Tian, it was as if he saw the god of plague. He immediately turned around and ran. It was really because the heavenly tribulation above Lin Tian's head at this time was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing could be preserved. As a matter of fact, it had been hiding near the chaotic demon ocean. The moment Lin Tian triggered the heavenly tribulation, it had already sensed it. It had been anxiously looking at the opposite side of the chaotic demon ocean. However, it didn't expect that Lin Tian would actually directly cross over with such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian saw the whooshing crocodile and transmitted his voice. "Go to the north of this place and meet up with Wu Yi and the others. They are rushing to this place." As he said this, his pace remained unchanged. With the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation, he quickly headed to the south. Why are you running around with the heavenly tribulation instead of transcending it properly? What are you doing? Where are you going? At this time, the whooshing crocodile had already left Lin Tian's direction and moved far away. Boom! The heavenly tribulation rolled, and thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. It was terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. To the first lord of the netherworld. Chapter 1227. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the whooshing crocodile's body shook, and its eyes almost popped out. Go to the first territory of the netherworld. Kid, are you trying to play big? It was extremely shocked. The first territory of the netherworld was the core of the 9 territories of the netherworld. It gathered the most netherworld race cultivators. Not only were there powerful overlords on the surface, there were 9 ninth heaven emperors, and there were even a few super ancestral kings overseeing it. There were more than 10 emperor rank experts. Lin Tian actually wanted to go to the first territory of the netherworld with such a mighty heavenly tribulation. This was simply bringing a monstrous disaster to the first territory of the netherworld. Such a heavenly tribulation would only get stronger and stronger. It could almost raise the first territory of the netherworld to the ground, and countless netherworld race cultivators would die tragically. If you want to play, then play big. Lin Tianandao. His eyes were filled with a sharp and cold light. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he was tens of thousands of feet away. The whooshing crocodile trembled and came back to its senses. It didn't stop and followed Lin Tian's direction to the other side of this place to meet up with Wu Yi and the others. At this time its speed was extremely fast. The 5-colored wings on its back flapped, creating a 5-colored hurricane that caused the surrounding space to distort a lot. It instantly went far away. Boom! Tribulation lightning rolled in the sky, shaking 100,000 mountains. Lin Tian moved with the emperor heavenly tribulation, passing through one mountain after another. Everywhere he passed, countless territories were destroyed by him. Chaotic light was blasted out of the void, and then even this chaotic light was shattered by the lightning. His expression was indifferent. Now that he was truly at the emperor rank, he moved tens of thousands of feet with a single step, as if the ground was shrinking into an inch. Bastard! The netherworld ancestral king from before chased after him with murderous intent. Lin Tian actually destroyed the ancient path that their race had painstakingly dug and was about to succeed. Bastard! That person roared. He was furious to the extreme, forgetting the terror of the heavenly tribulation that Lin Tian had triggered. At this time, he chased after Lin Tian like a mad beast, his heart filled with killing intent. He only wanted to tear Lin Tian to pieces. Yu Hongshi, who was at the second stage of the emperor rank, was nowhere to be seen. His speed could not compare to Lin Tian and the ancient Netherworld monarch. Lin Tian glanced back at the Netherworld ancestral king. His expression was cold as he sped up again. Boom! Rolling thunder rumbled. The third round of heavenly punishment had been brewing for quite some time. Still in the midst of brewing, not descending. Only those scattered, blood-colored lightning became a bit more terrifying, blasting the void until it was scorched, the great earth caving in. Lin Tian was in the middle of it. He activated the divination divine technique to protect himself, shattering the blood-red lightning bolts one after another as he continued forward. The Netherworld ancestral king chased after him. His eyes were as red as blood, filled with murderous intent and madness. However, gradually, this powerful ancestral king, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, couldn't help but tremble when he saw the direction Lin Tian was heading. At this time, he understood the direction Lin Tian was heading in. It was clearly the direction of the Netherworld First Lord. Lin Tian, with the mighty heaven-destroying lightning tribulation, was heading straight for the Netherworld First Lord at this time. Damn it! Stop! This powerful ancestral king immediately realized what Lin Tian wanted to do. This was clearly going to the Netherworld First Lord to face the tribulation. Lin Tian glanced back with an indifferent expression and sped up again. His speed was so fast that he even tore through space several times to move forward, leaving the ancestral king of the Netherworld race far behind him. Then, not long after, a huge territory appeared thousands of feet ahead. Looking from the outside, one could see many magnificent ancient buildings inside. All of them were incomparably tall, and their auras were much stronger than that of the ancient clan in the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. The aura of time that had accumulated was extremely shocking, as if there was a long river of time flowing there. We're here. Cold light intertwined in his eyes. The Netherworld race was incomparably cruel. In the past, they went to the other side of the world to bring disaster to all living beings. Countless living beings of the human race died under the butcher's knife of this race. They didn't even spare the old, young women and children. It was also unknown how many homes were destroyed by this race. At that time, several supreme masters of the human race sacrificed their flesh and divine souls to seal the passage from here to the other side. Now, countless years had passed since that era. However, this race still did not have the heart to repent. The base of their aggression remained the same. They dug the ancient road that led to the other side of the world, wanting to slaughter their way to the other side and unify all the other races except the Netherworld race. They also wanted to slaughter their way to the other side and enslave all the races except the Netherworld race. They also wanted to wipe out the human race. No matter what, he was still a human. In the face of such things, he naturally would not be happy. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Now, since this race always wanted to kill their way to the other side and slaughter the human race, then as a human he naturally had no reason to be merciful. Since he was going to face the tribulation anyway, then he would directly go to the First Lord of the Netherworld to face the tribulation and bring this destructive heavenly punishment to the First Lord. This territory was the first of the 9 territories of the Netherworld, and there were the most Netherworld race cultivators gathered there. He descended as a human, bringing with him a destructive heavenly tribulation. No one in this first territory could withstand such a heavenly tribulation, and no one could stop him. He wanted to destroy this place and let this race feel the greatest pain. As for the Netherworld's sacred hall, there was a celestial venerable of this race guarding it. Naturally, he could not bring the heavenly punishment there. This was because such a heavenly punishment would not be of much use to a celestial venerable. Boom! Thunder rumbled. He looked at the First Lord of the Netherworld in front of him. Without a trace of hesitation, he directly stepped over. The heavenly punishment was above his head. The sky was dark. At this time, he slowed down and walked step by step toward the First Lord. As he moved closer, the darkness began to cover the First Lord of the Netherworld. The aura of destruction began to envelop the First Lord of the Netherworld. The space and earth trembled, causing the Netherworld race cultivators in the First Lord to be shocked. They all looked up. That is thunder, dark clouds, lightning. That is a heavenly punishment. Someone is facing the great tribulation of the immortal connection. How is that possible? Whose immortal ascension tribulation can be so terrifying? In the First Lord of the Netherworld race cultivators were all extremely shocked. There's a figure under the thunder. That seems to be a human. That's right, it's a puny human. The thunder is moving with that human. It seems to be attracted by that puny human. Many Netherworld race cultivators stared at Lin Tian in the thunder. Their eyes were filled with horror. Many people could not help but tremble because the heavenly punishment was too terrifying. Even so, they still called him puny human. Lin Tian walked in the void with the heavenly punishment. He walked step by step and naturally heard the voices of the Netherworld race cultivators. The words insignificant human beings were especially clear. A foolish and inferior race. His voice was cold. In the next moment, he took a step forward and crossed a distance of several thousand feet. He stepped into the First Lord of the Netherworld. Blood-red lightning struck down around him. As he stepped into the First Lord of the Netherworld, the heavenly punishment enveloped an area of several thousand feet. Terrifying bolts of blood-red lightning directly struck the First Lord of the Netherworld. The destructive power spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ancient buildings collapsed one after another. Ear-piercing screams rang out. A bloody mist exploded and dyed the void red. Blood-curdling screams reverberated throughout the First Lord of the Netherworld. The group of Netherworld race cultivators who had just called him puny human were now incomparably terrified. They covered their heads and fled like rats. In the blink of an eye, they were smashed into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed on the spot. Run! Someone shouted. This kind of emperor-level heavenly punishment was too terrifying. To ordinary cultivators, it was completely destructive. Lin Tian stepped on the void and arrived with the destructive heavenly punishment. He started from the outer edge of the First Lord of the Netherworld and walked step by step towards the center. Everywhere he passed, ancient buildings collapsed, the void shattered, and the ground caved in inch by inch. The Netherworld race cultivators were smashed into pieces by the blood-red lightning, leaving only dilapidated and blood-stained ground. How can there be a human in the world where my race resides? He actually rushed here with a heavenly punishment. Is that the immortal ascension, heavenly punishment? How can it be so terrifying? He has an emperor's aura. He is a human emperor-level existence. Damn it, he's coming, run. In the First Lord of the Netherworld race, cultivators trembled. At this time they were incomparably terrified. The heavenly punishment brought by Lin Tian was simply too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything in the world. It caused the internal organs of many Netherworld race cultivators to tremble. Many of them were scared out of their wits. A half-step emperor-level expert was struck by a blood-red lightning and exploded on the spot. His body and soul were directly destroyed. Lin Tian pushed the heavenly punishment forward. Everywhere he passed, there were endless screams. The Netherworld race cultivators fled in panic, constantly exploding in the lightning. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them died. Human, you're courting death. A faint emperor's aura rushed out. A quasi-emperor level expert rushed out and pierced towards Lin Tian with a divine spear. However, in the next moment, a large patch of blood-red lightning fell and directly drowned this person. He was struck to death on the spot. Commander, A netherworld race expert couldn't help but cry out when he saw this scene. His cheeks instantly turned pale. A quasi-emperor level expert was instantly buried in that patch of blood-red lightning. Boom! The rumbling of thunder grew louder and louder. The sky had almost turned pitch black. The blood-red tribulation thunder was like a true dragon roaming in the sky. The scene was horrifying. Just the pressure of that aura was enough to shatter a large part of the void. Lin Tian had such a heavenly punishment above his head. He used the divination divine technique to protect his body. At this time he didn't attack at all. Wherever he passed, the blood-red lightning was enough to shatter everything. The netherworld race cultivators could only scream and flee. Boom! Chapter 1228. A dozen figures appeared. One was the overlord of the first domain of the netherworld. 9 ninth heaven emperors and 7 ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the Empyrean Exalt realm. As soon as they appeared, they caused the space here to distort. The auras that naturally intertwined around their bodies shook and attracted the attention of all the nearby netherworld race cultivators. Overlord, elders, ancestor kings. Many netherworld tribe cultivators were pleasantly surprised. When they saw these people appear, they immediately relaxed. They felt that these people could definitely deal with this human in front of them. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and blood-red lightning flashed across the sky. Each bolt was like a real dragon. The destructive aura shrouded all directions, causing the entire First Lord of the Netherworld to tremble. Heavenly tribulation. In the void, the First Lord of the Netherworld and the others were shocked. They rushed out because they felt the terrifying power outside. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. As far as the eye could see, the sky of the First Lord of the Netherworld was pitch black. Dense thunderbolts intertwined in the sky. They did not know how vast the area was. Bolts of blood-red lightning struck down, shattering ancient buildings. At the same time, the dozen emperors who rushed out from the First Lord of the Netherworld territory saw Lin Tian in the lightning. Their expressions changed again. Human! These people's eyes all narrowed, carrying coldness. How could a human from the other world appear here? At the same time, they saw that the rolling thunderbolts in the sky was the heavenly tribulation that was triggered by Lin Tian. At this time, they also saw that Lin Tian seemed to have just entered the Emperor realm. Entering the Emperor realm and triggering heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? It shouldn't be. The dozen or so experts were all stunned, because the scene in front of them was too unbelievable. Since ancient times, cultivators would only trigger heavenly tribulation when they entered the immortal realm. But now, a human actually triggered heavenly tribulation when he entered the Emperor realm. Rumble. Thunder rumbled continuously. Dense blood-red lightning struck down continuously, almost covering the entire First Lord of the Netherworld. Ah, no. My lord, save me. Screams and cries for help rang out as the Netherworld race cultivators fled in all directions within the first Netherworld domain. However, there were very few who could truly escape. No one who was struck by the blood-red lightning could survive. Even a quasi-emperor level expert would be a weak mess in the face of such blood-red lightning and would be destroyed in both body and spirit. Bastard, you're courting death. The dozens of emperors from the First Lord of the Netherworld all had cold eyes as they roared furiously from afar. At the same time, they executed their divine arts from afar and attacked Lin Tian. Their true bodies didn't move forward, because at this moment, these people all felt the terror of the heavenly tribulation that Lin Tian had drawn over. The might of the heavenly tribulation caused their hearts to palpitate, and they didn't dare to approach Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the dozens of people with an indifferent expression. He executed the 9th level of the duality steps and crossed over with a single step. He used the divination divine art to protect his body against the scattered blood-red lightning. As for the divine arts that the dozens of experts from the First Lord of the Netherworld attacked him, he completely ignored them. Just the descending blood-red lightning alone was enough to shatter these divine arts. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the dozens of experts from the Netherworld race. You once went to the other side of the world to wreak havoc and killed countless humans. Now that so many years have passed, you still want to go to the other side to wreak havoc and slaughter the human race. Now, all of you will also have a taste of being slaughtered. His voice was indifferent. Lightning surrounded his body, and he was as oppressive as the god of thunder. You dare to seek revenge? Among the dozens of people, one of the Netherworld ancestral kings spoke coldly. The dozens of people quickly retreated and distanced themselves from Lin Tian. They were shocked that Lin Tian could actually draw a heavenly tribulation when he stepped into the Emperor realm. They were aghast at the terror of this heavenly tribulation. They were furious that Lin Tian had actually brought such a terrifying calamity to the First Lord of the Netherworld race, causing a large number of Netherworld race cultivators to die tragically. However, their rationality didn't weaken. They knew very well that Lin Tian was the center of this terrifying heavenly tribulation. They didn't want to get too close to Lin Tian because it was tantamount to putting themselves in the center of destruction. Revenge. Lin Tianling smiled. I just don't like you guys. Boom! As soon as his words fell, the sky rumbled, and a boundless palace of lightning appeared and fell directly. The third round of heavenly tribulation. As the third round of heavenly tribulation appeared, the entire First Lord of the Netherworld trembled. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ground, and ancient buildings collapsed one after another. The Netherworld race cultivators were blasted into pieces by this aura. Damn it! The dozens of Netherworld race experts were shocked and furious. At this time, they hadn't completely escaped and were submerged by this round of heavenly tribulation. With a rumble, blinding lightning flooded the surroundings. The huge First Lord of the Netherworld race was ruined beyond recognition. A deep pit with a diameter of about 3,000 meters appeared on the surface of the ground. The bottom couldn't be seen at all, and rolling magma was bubbling out. Lin Tian stood in the void 100 meters above the ground. He was still unharmed. With his battle strength multiplied by 10, he was still able to withstand the bombardment of that terrifying palace of lightning. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out, and there were traces of blood in the void. The dozens of Netherworld race experts were all in trouble. They had suffered heavy injuries from that round of heavenly tribulation, especially the First Lord of the Netherworld, who had the weakest cultivation. His imperial body had been shattered, and after forcibly reassembling, he couldn't even stand steadily. His origin source was about to shatter, and he was on the verge of death. At the same time, under the third round of heavenly punishment, expanses of ancient buildings collapsed, and expanses of Netherworld race cultivators exploded. Most of them didn't even leave behind a corpse, and blood dyed every inch of the ground red, causing it to be a ghastly sight. Damn human! You actually came with heavenly tribulation. You are so vicious! The First Lord of the Netherworld race roared angrily. Vicious! Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. How many humans did your race kill when you went to the other side of the world? How many homes did you destroy? Even now, you still want to kill your way to the other side of the world, unify the land, and slaughter all humans. With such evil deeds and thoughts, you still have the nerve to say that I am vicious? The First Lord of the Netherworld's eyes were red. Don't compare my Netherworld race with your puny human race. But now, you are going to die in the hands of the puny human race. Lin Tianlong said. He used the 9th tier of yin-yang steps to the limit, and dodged the killing lights of the other Netherworld Emperors. Vast and mighty thunderbolts appeared in front of the First Lord of the Netherworld in the blink of an eye, and the Chaos Emperor fist directly bombarded his opponent. Roar! Roar! The true dragon Celestial Shadow appeared, and the phoenix Celestial Shadow soared into the sky. The two merged as one, and rushed directly toward the first lord of the netherworld. At the same time, the blood-red lightning around Lin Tian's body fell together with him. The scene was terrifying. Immortal Subjugation Seal. The first lord of the netherworld's first lord took out a seal, which was a middle-grade heavenly treasure, and faced Lin Tian. Boom! The two collided. Lin Tian controlled the power of his fist, and the true dragon Celestial Shadow and Phoenix Celestial Shadow immediately shrouded the Celestial Subjugation Seal. At the same time, he stepped in front of the First Lord of the Netherworld, and the Chaos Emperor fist mercilessly pressed down again. He used all his strength in this punch, and 10 times the battle's strength burst out. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to be blown apart by this punch. The First Lord of the Netherworld's First Lord showed a horrified expression. His heavenly treasure was suppressed, and he couldn't summon it back. Lin Tian's punch was even more terrifying, and it sent chills down his spine. He didn't hesitate to retreat. Unfortunately, Lin Tian was too fast, and the Chaos Emperor fist sealed the surroundings and crashed down mightily. No. Blood splattered, and accompanied by a scream, the First Lord of the Netherworld's First Lord was killed in both body and soul. One punch had killed an emperor. Boom! Behind him, the Celestial Subjugation Seal shook violently, and the weapon spirit inside struggled, bursting with monstrous emperor aura. Lin Tian's glabella shot out a glaring divine sense, and it instantly shot into the Celestial Subjugation Seal, erasing the weapon spirit inside. Then he branded it with his divine sense and put it away. Human! In the First Lord of the Netherworld's First Lord, the First Lord of the Netherworld roared, and his eyes turned red. In just a short moment, Lin Tian brought the heavenly tribulation to the First Lord of the Netherworld and destroyed it. Many cultivators of the Netherworld race died tragically. At this time, he even killed an emperor of the Netherworld's First Lord and forcefully took the heavenly treasure. This was a great humiliation. When had the Netherworld race ever encountered such a thing? Lin Tian tilted his head, and his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and blood and lightning intertwined. The destructive aura flooded the surroundings, and the ancient buildings collapsed one after another. In the next moment, he moved again and charged towards the 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors and the 7 Netherworld Ancestral Kings. Now his combat strength had increased tenfold, and he brought the heavenly tribulation with him. Even if the 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors and the 7 Heavenly Venerables gathered together, he wasn't afraid at all. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and as he moved, the dense destructive lightning moved with him, suppressing the 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors and the 7 Netherworld Ancestral Kings. The space was scorched. This tribulation light was a little terrifying, and even the Ancestral Kings who were close to the Heavenly Venerables were frightened. In addition, Lin Tian was now the center of the destruction of this heavenly tribulation. These people quickly retreated, and they didn't want Lin Tian to come close. You keep saying that you are a puny human, but when you see me, a human, coming close, you actually turn around and run away. You don't dare to confront me head-on. How ugly. Lin Tian Ondao. His voice was very calm, but such a calm voice was extremely harsh in the ears of the dozens of Netherworld race experts. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. Junior, you have a sharp tongue. A Netherworld Ancestral King stared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. It was as if he was a poisonous Netherworld beast, and his eyes made one's heart tremble. Old fool, weak beyond words. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. He faced him head-on, and in a single step he chased after this person with extreme speed. Boom! The sky trembled, and a huge thundercloud vortex appeared. The 4th round of heavenly punishment was completed. A lightning pillar with a diameter of several hundred feet struck down, covering Lin Tian and the Netherworld Ancestral King he was chasing. Chapter 1229. The huge thundercloud vortex seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. The Netherworld Ancestor King, who was covered under it, was horrified. Such a main heavenly punishment was too terrifying. He quickly moved to the side and displayed his fastest speed, wanting to escape as soon as possible. Why are you running? Let's go through the heavenly punishment together. How interesting. Lin Tiandao. His whole body bloomed with precious light as he moved close to the Netherworld Ancestor King. Dense sword light appeared immediately. He used the sword light to attack the Netherworld Ancestor King. At the same time, he used the divination divine technique and the 4-symbol seal to resist the heavenly punishment. Boom! Finally, the 4th round of heavenly punishment was completely suppressed and destroyed everything. Lin Tiandao resisted the heavenly punishment again and did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the Netherworld Ancestor King, who was covered by the heavenly punishment, was in a miserable state. His powerful monarch body was directly shattered and reassembled in the distance with difficulty. Blood filled the void. A huge pit appeared on the ground. It was unknown how deep it was, but it was dark and terrifying. The Netherworld Ancestor King, whose monarch body was shattered, roared and quickly reassembled his body. Human! He stared at Lin Tiandao with extreme anger. Just now, Lin Tiandao used a dense sword light to slash at him. It was a terrifying, killing sword technique. The moment he blocked the technique, he was struck by the 4th round of heavenly punishment and almost died on the spot. Lin Tiandao looked at this person. Without hesitation, he used the yin-yang steps to rush over. Boom! As he moved, the dense blood-red lightning moved with him. The center of the heavenly punishment's destruction moved with him. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Netherworld Ancestor King, who spoke and directly attacked with the Chaos Emperor Fist. With a bang, the void was shattered on the spot. At the same time as he punched out, the blood-red lightning falling from the sky became even more turbulent. As his fist moved, it also struck toward the Netherworld Ancestor King. Ka! The void shattered, penetrated through, revealing numerous cracks. Presently, as the person undergoing the tribulation, he was naturally able to guide the energy of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. Of course, this wasn't because he was able to control the energy of the heavenly tribulation, but because he was using his own aura as a guide. He mixed a strand of his own quintessence aura into the chaotic Emperor Fist and struck it towards the vicinity of the Nether Ancestor King, so as to guide the dense and destructive energy of the heavenly tribulation. Damn it! The Nether Underworld Ancestor King gritted his teeth. He couldn't dodge anymore, so he could only raise his hand to meet Lin Tian's terrifying punch head-on. At the same time, he used his other divine arts to fend off the blood-colored lightning bolts that were slashing towards him. Bang! The two collided in the blink of an eye, causing the surrounding void to crack inch by inch. Lin Tian had used the Divine Waters Pill to multiply his combat strength by 10 times. This Nether Ancestor King infinitely approached the level of an Empyrean. As the two of them collided, they were evenly matched. Neither was able to injure the other. Lin Tianling smiled. His other hand moved as well. It was still the chaotic Emperor Fist, but it carried even more of his own aura as it bombarded the Nether Ancestor King, directly attracting unparalleled lightning bolts. One could only see thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts falling together. Each of the blood-colored lightning bolts contained terrifying energy. They covered a radius of a few hundred meters as if they were going to destroy the world. These blood-colored lightning bolts were all capable of severely injuring an Emperor expert. The Nether Emperor couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. If such blood-colored lightning bolts were to strike him, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. He dodged Lin Tian's chaotic Emperor Fist and quickly retreated in an attempt to escape. However, he couldn't escape at all. Dong! Boom! Lin Tian struck out the chaotic emperor fist again. The destructive lightning bolts fell together at this time, directly engulfing the Nether Ancestor King. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came out. The Nether Ancestor King's physical body was shattered, leaving only his divine soul to escape. Originally, this Nether Ancestor King wouldn't be in such a miserable state if he fought head-on. However, after seeing the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation, this person instinctively became fearful. His battle intent and battle prowess greatly decreased. Lin Tian's expression was cold. As the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he should be in the most danger in this place. However, at this moment, his aura was vigorous like an ancient emperor descending to the mortal world. He took a step forward and attacked the Nether Ancestor King's divine soul. Stop him! In the first army, other Ancestor Kings shouted. Naturally, they couldn't watch Lin Tiansha kill their clansmen without doing anything. In an instant, a few Ancestor Kings and 9/9 Heavenly Layer Emperors attacked together with shocking murderous lights towards Lin Tian. Humph! Lin Tian snorted. With a shake of his left hand, the murdering immortal bow appeared in his hand. Now, the murdering immortal bow was a heavenly treasure that was comparable to a mid-grade heavenly treasure. The moment he took out the longbow, he pulled the bowstring and shot out 15 light arrows at once. With his current combat strength, he shot out 15 light arrows at once. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of the air being pierced, 15 Emperor-grade light arrows flew past, directly shattering the divine skills of the 15 Netherworld race emperors. After that, the 15 light arrows didn't shatter. Instead, they continued to move forward, piercing through the 15 Netherworld race emperors who were trying to kill Lin Tian. The 15 Netherworld race emperors were shocked and quickly dodged. Buzz! At this moment, the space vibrated. Lin Tian pulled the bowstring with all his strength under the sea of lightning. He merged his great Tao precepts into the bow and aimed at the Nether Ancestor King who was running away. Then he released the bowstring. Boom! As he released the bowstring, a 3-foot-long arrow of destruction appeared. It was faster than lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before the divine soul of the Nether Ancestor King. With a poof, it pierced through the divine soul and shattered it into pieces. At the same time, the 3-foot-long arrow carried his origin energy, which directly attracted a dense cloud of blood-red lightning. It drowned the Nether Ancestor Wang Po's fragmented spirit on the spot, shattering it completely in the blink of an eye. His body and soul were destroyed. He killed the Nether Ancestor King. Ancestor King, how is this possible? This human, most of the Netherworld race cultivators were gathered in the First Lord of the Netherworld. At this time, they were all shocked to see one of their bloodline who was infinitely close to the Heavenly Master level being killed just like that. Many people's internal organs were trembling. Whoosh! A ray of light rushed in from the outside of the first territory. The Netherworld race's Ancestor King, who was chasing after Lin Tian in the chaotic Devil Ocean, rushed back to the first territory. His eyes were scarlet red, and when he saw the ruins of the first territory, his eyes turned even redder. Human! This person stared at Lin Tian and wanted to swallow Lin Tian alive. Lin Tian, this human, really brought the heavenly tribulation to the First Lord of the Netherworld. He had already destroyed most of the First Lord of the Netherworld and killed a large number of Netherworld race cultivators. Kill! This damn thing, kill him! The path to the other side of the world was destroyed by this beast. This person roared. What? That path was destroyed by him. How? In the First Lord of the Netherworld, several Ancestor Kings and 9/9 Heaven Emperors were shocked. As Netherworld races' Emperor-level existences, they naturally knew what the Ancestor King meant. That path was actually destroyed. It's destroyed. All our efforts are wasted. It's all because of this bastard. The Nether Ancestor King who chased over from the chaotic demon ocean roared, and even took out a god seal for others to see. At this point, the ancient road had been completely destroyed, so there was no need to hide it anymore. The 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors and the experts, who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, were all enraged. They were even more enraged than when Lin Tian killed one of their ancestral king clansmen. Their eyes were all red like crazy beasts. How dare you do such a thing? Damn it! Kill him! These people roared. After the chaotic Devil Sea, the path leading to the other world had already been excavated for countless years. Not long later, they would be able to complete it, able to slaughter their way from here to the other world, unifying the 10 directions heavens. But now that path was destroyed. Kill, including the Nether Ancestor King who returned from the chaotic demon ocean. A total of 7 Nether Ancestor Kings and 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors attacked together. All of them had forgotten the terror of the heavenly tribulation and rushed towards Lin Tian. They were furious to the point of madness. That ancient path was too important to their race, and it was destroyed by Lin Tian. Die! These people roared. Endless, great, Tao-killing lights bombarded Lin Tian and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian was not afraid. Instead, he sneered, "You came at the right time." As his words fell, there was a rumbling sound. The sky shook, and the 5th round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a vast expanse of gigantic mountains of lightning. They were connected to each other, and they interweaved with each other. The moment they appeared, they immediately pressed down on the ground. The dozen or so Netherworld race experts trembled in unison, and their expressions changed drastically. Even though they were furious and mad at this time, they were still shocked by the power of the heavenly punishment. This was because the destructive power of the connected mountains of lightning was too terrifying. Boom! The sky exploded. The 5th round of heavenly punishment instantly fell and flooded the surroundings. Ah! A scream came from the lightning that filled the eyes. Another race expert of the 9th heaven was blasted into pieces. Even his spirit was destroyed. He could not withstand such a heavenly punishment. At the same time, the other ancestral kings and 9th heaven emperors of the Netherworld race were also in trouble. They were heavily injured. Although 2 9th heaven emperors of the Netherworld race survived, more than half of their origin was obliterated. Ah, the 2 of them could not help but roar. More than half of their origin was obliterated by the heavenly punishment. This kind of damage was too heavy. They were almost half crippled. Lin Tian stepped on the void. Naturally, he was not in a better state. Bright red blood flowed out from his mouth. His face also became paler. His sturdy body was full of cracks. Clearly, even if he had 10 times his battle strength, he could not completely withstand the heavenly punishment just now. The 5th round is already so terrifying. How terrifying will the next heavenly punishment be? How many more rounds are there? He looked at the sky. 9 was the limit of the heavenly punishment. Generally speaking, only 9 rounds of heavenly punishment would descend. However, he knew that he was different. Common sense would not work on him. After all, when he entered the Enlightenment realm, he experienced 18 rounds of heavenly punishment in a row. Now, he instinctively felt that this heavenly punishment was definitely not as simple as 9 rounds of heavenly punishment. The God-down pill's medicinal effect can only last for half an hour at most. Just it alone will definitely not make it through this heavenly punishment. He muttered to himself. Although he thought so in his heart, his expression was very calm. He was not worried at all. Chapter 1230. Thunder rumbled. Lin Tian immediately sensed the aura of Wu Yi and the others. He tilted his head and looked out of the first territory of the Netherworld. He immediately saw Wu Yi, the Violet Fairy, AI, and Little Taichu. Whooshing Crocodile had also gathered with the others. Yeah. Little Taichu made a sound and called out to Lin Tian. AI also called out from afar and waved at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at little Taichu, AI, the violet fairy and whooshing crocodile from afar. His gaze finally landed on Wu Yi. The reason why he dared to guide the heavenly tribulation to the first territory of the netherworld without hesitation, and the reason why he wasn't worried, even though he clearly sensed that it would be difficult to pass this heavenly tribulation with just the god down pill, was because he knew that Wu Yi and the others would come for his heavenly tribulation. With a powerful existence like Wu Yi standing here, he had nothing to worry about, whether it was his heavenly tribulation or the threat from the netherworld race that might appear later. He believed that it would definitely not be difficult for Wu Yi. At the same time, in the first territory of the netherworld, several netherworld ancestral kings and netherworld elders of the ninth heaven of emperors also saw Wu Yi and the others. They were all shocked. Other than Lin Tian, there were actually other humans who entered their world. How did they come in? The dozen or so important figures couldn't understand. Boom! Thunder rumbled and dark clouds rolled in the sky. Blood-colored lightning surged like an angry dragon, shaking all directions. The sixth round of heavenly punishment began to brew. An even more intense aura of destruction intertwined, and the range of the heavenly tribulation suddenly increased. Terrifying thunderclouds shrouded the space of more than 10,000 feet, and the falling blood-colored lightning became even more terrifying. Lin Tian stood under the lightning and naturally felt that the power of the heavenly tribulation had become even more terrifying. The pressure increased sharply, but he didn't feel any fear or apprehension. Lightning surrounded his body as if the Thunder King of the immortal world had descended. At this time he stared at the ancestral kings of the netherworld and the others. Boom! Accompanied by surging thunder, he moved, directly slaughtering his way towards the nearby netherworld ancestral king and the others. At this moment, the lightning was even more terrifying. As he moved, the center of destruction moved as well. This caused the nether underworld ancestral monarchs and ninth heaven emperors in the first territory to feel their scalps tingle and their backs tremble. However, even then, these great figures from the first territory of the netherworld didn't retreat at this moment. Human! Kill! Kill him! Several ancestral kings roared. Because Lin Tian destroyed the ancient road they were excavating, their hearts were filled with killing intent. They charged through the dense lightning, resisting the crimson lightning punishment as they charged toward Lin Tian. Buzz! Someone activated great Tao laws, Tao radiance surging for this. In an instant, this large space trembled. Shocking murderous forces pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions. Lin Tian felt the pressure, but it wasn't great because he was in the Emperor's domain now. Moreover, he was in the reincarnation body and he had 10 times his battle prowess. Even if he faced so many experts at the same time, he wasn't afraid. Buzz! He directly pulled the immortal murdering bow that had turned into a heavenly treasure. The bowstring was pulled to the shape of a full moon. He poured the nameless great Tao laws into it, condensing a 1-meter-long arrow of killing. He aimed it straight at a ninth heaven emperor. In the next moment, he released the bowstring. Whoosh! The 1-meter-long great Tao killing arrow shot out. Because he had purposely added a shred of his origin aura, the sky was filled with blood-red lightning as it shot towards the 9th layer Emperor Realm expert he was aiming at. Damn it! This Emperor rank expert was one of the 2 whose origin source was half destroyed by the tribulation lightning. When he faced Lin Tian's terrifying killing arrow, he instantly felt his scalp go numb. He immediately used a mysterious movement technique and retreated backwards. However, Lin Tian's arrow was too fast. It was shot out with a heavenly treasure. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of this emperor. PFFF. Emperor blood spilled. This netherworld emperor, who had half of his origin destroyed, was shot to death. In the next moment, the sky was filled with crimson lightning that pressed down, enveloping every inch of space. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came out from the crimson lightning. In the next moment, it was quiet again. This ninth heaven emperor from the Netherworld race was killed in both body and soul. The Netherworld ancestor and the other ancestral kings and ninth heaven emperors were enraged. Since Lin Tian entered the first territory of the Netherworld with the lightning punishment, many Netherworld cultivators had died tragically. Many ancient buildings had been destroyed. An ancestral king that was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm had been killed. 2 ninth heaven emperors had died. The lord of the first territory had also died. A total of 4 emperors had died. This made the eyes of these important figures even redder. This was a great loss to the Netherworld race. Most importantly, this was done by the human cultivators that they had always looked down on. This was even more unbearable. A powerful Netherworld ancestor king roared angrily. He released terrifying great Tao-killing light and attacked Lin Tian even more crazily. Kill! The other important figures in the territory also roared. Several of them even took out their heavenly treasures, such as a divine furnace, a treasured sword, and a purple hammer. All of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Lin Tian didn't dodge or evade. With his battle strength multiplied tenfold, he wasn't afraid of the combined attacks of these people at all. He raised his hand and pulled the bowstring. Great Tao-killing arrows fell like rain, killing more than a dozen people at the same time. At the same time, he used the weapon controlling technique. He activated the falling Yama Pagoda and the immortal subjugation seal that he had taken from the first territory's lord. These 2 heavenly treasures burst out with monstrous divine might and swept forward together. Boom! 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 He fought against more than a dozen Netherworld race experts alone. His body was surrounded by lightning, and crimson lightning kept striking down. He was imposing. Help! Help! Ancestor King! In the first territory of the Netherworld, screams kept coming out. Lin Tian brought the heavenly tribulation into the first territory of the Netherworld. The area of the heavenly tribulation covered more than 10,000 feet. The disciples of the Netherworld race couldn't even escape. They were constantly struck by the crimson lightning and died tragically. Even those who were infinitely close to the Emperor realm couldn't withstand it. At the same time, Lin Tian kept moving the heavenly tribulation as he clashed with the Netherworld ancestor king and the others. The crimson lightning fell to every corner of the first territory, destroying ancient buildings. Large cracks kept appearing on the ground. No, a quasi-emperor expert screamed in horror. He was struck by a crimson lightning, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. As far as the eye could see, the first territory of the Netherworld was almost completely covered by lightning as Lin Tian moved. Pieces of the ground collapsed, and many places were scorched. Magma gushed out, and a sea of fire wantonly in the first territory. Beast! The group of important figures in the Netherworld race's territory naturally saw all of this and attacked Lin Tian even more ferociously. Lin Tian snorted. His expression was cold as he drew the immortal slaying bow again. At the same time, he controlled the other 2 heavenly treasures to attack. In the corpse demon territory, he saw some of the things that Di Sha of the human race had experienced. He saw the scene of the Netherworld race massacring humans. It was truly brutal. They didn't even spare infants. It was incomparably bloody. And now, this bloodline still wanted to kill their way to the other side of the world and slaughter all humans. As such, there was no need for him to show any mercy to this clan. He directly brought the heavenly tribulation to kill the First Lord, coming as a human. This wasn't because he felt that he was the guardian of the human race. He also had many enemies in the human race. He wouldn't show any mercy to those who deserved to be killed. He just didn't like the Netherworld race's unreasonable contempt for humans and killing them. They were self-righteous and proud of the Netherworld race's cultivators who had gone to the other world to slaughter countless humans. They couldn't wait to rush over and slaughter them wantonly. This really made him very unhappy. Buzz! He activated the Great Path precepts again. Rolling Tao light surged. He couldn't see what kind of great path it was, but it was unimaginably vast. It seemed to be even vaster than the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, another 3-foot-long great path killing arrow was condensed. In the next moment, he released the bowstring. With a whoosh, the great path killing arrow dragged a long tail and pierced between the eyebrows of a ninth heaven emperor, nether race cultivator, whose source energy had been obliterated. It directly destroyed his spirit and sea of consciousness. Damn it! A dozen important figures of the first territory of the netherworld roared. Another ninth heaven emperor race cultivator had died at the hands of Lin Tian. Kill! They roared and attacked crazily. Lin Tian was fearless. He fought a dozen important figures together. Heaven and earth collapsed, causing the first territory of the netherworld to become more and more dilapidated. This brat is truly ferocious. In the distance, whooshing crocodile sucked in a cold breath. He rushed into the first territory of the netherworld with the heavenly tribulation and struck the first territory with lightning. Moreover, he shook several ninth heaven emperor race cultivators and several emperors who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. He killed several of them in the blink of an eye. This battle prowess was truly terrifying. The heavenly tribulation attracted by the emperor realm is brought by the reincarnation body. The violet fairy stared at the first territory. Her eyes were intertwined with specks of light. Wu Yi looked at the first territory. It was as quiet and peaceful as usual. There wasn't any fluctuation in her emotions. Boom! 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 In the first territory of the netherworld, Lin Tian's battle prowess was amplified tenfold. He fought a dozen emperor race cultivators together and didn't fall behind. A few netherworld ancestral kings and ninth heaven emperor race cultivators' eyes were scarlet red. They were filled with anger as they attacked Lin Tian crazily. Someone else held up a powerful heavenly treasure. It was also at this moment that the firmament shook violently. The 6th round of heavenly punishment was completed. It suddenly pressed down. This round of heavenly punishment fell at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and the dozen or so netherworld experts were drowned in it. The terrifying power exploded into multiple spatial vortexes. The netherworld first domain was almost torn to pieces. Although many netherworld cultivators were not within the range of this round of heavenly punishment, they still suffered a great calamity and exploded in large swathes. Damn it! There was a low roar. A few netherworld ancestral kings and ninth heaven emperor race cultivators suffered great losses. They were all severely injured. A ninth heaven emperor race cultivator's heavenly treasure was shattered into pieces. It was destroyed by the lightning. On the other side, Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. After withstanding the 6th round of heavenly punishment, he naturally suffered great injuries. However, he didn't care. At this time, he used the sun's nirvana art to protect his body and heal his wounds. He pulled the immortal slaying bow again and aimed at a netherworld race expert in the 9th heaven. The great Tao-killing arrow shot out at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1231. The 3 Qi-long great Tao-killing arrow was extremely fast. The moment the 6th round of tribulation ended, it dragged a long tail and pierced into the body of the 9th layer emperor of the netherworld race, exploding with a boom. At the same time, the great Tao arrow was stained with Lin Tian's origin aura. It guided the dense blood tribulation lightning and enveloped the 9th layer emperor of the netherworld race. No. This person cried out miserably. Even though he survived the 6th round of heavenly punishment, he suffered unimaginable injuries. At this time, when he faced Lin Tian's destructive arrow and blood-colored lightning, he immediately fell, his body and soul erased. Human! A netherworld race ancestor king roared angrily. His eyes became even redder. Another 9th layer emperor was killed by Lin Tian. Kill! These powerful figures roared and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't dodge. His Sun Nirvana technique quickly healed his body. He used all sorts of divine arts and fought against dozens of people. At the same time, blood, lightning constantly fell around him, burning the void and causing the ground to sink. Boom! The sky exploded. The 7th round of tribulation lightning appeared. It was several times more terrifying than the 6th. In an instant, the range of tribulation became even larger. Streaks of scattered blood lightning struck the first territory of the Netherworld race, causing the Netherworld race's ancient buildings to collapse. The Netherworld race's cultivators died tragically. The aura of destruction spread in all directions. Dong! Another explosive sound rang out. The 7th round of lightning punishment descended in a grandiose manner. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. This is really outside the first territory of the Netherworld. The 5 elements crocodiles sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7th round of the main heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even though it was very far away at this time, it also felt like its divine soul was cracking and its internal organs were cold. So terrifying. AI's heart palpitated. At the same time, there was worry in her eyes. Can Brother Lin block it? Even the little Taichu and Violet Fairy were shocked. The 7th round of tribulation lightning made them feel threatened. At this moment, in this place, only Wu Yi remained calm. He looked ahead without any fluctuations in his emotions. Dong! Another clap of thunder rang out, this time even more ear-piercing than before. The 7th round of lightning punishment began to descend. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another as this round of lightning punishment began to descend. Before it had truly landed, the first territory of the Netherworld had already begun to crumble. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the ground, and they were expanding like a spider web as they spread in all directions. Moreover, the void was also collapsing. The chaotic light spilled out, but in the next instant it was obliterated by the power of the heavenly tribulation. Horrifying! The nether underworld ancestral kings and 9th heavenly layer emperors that were attacking Lin Tian trembled. At this moment, their scalps tingled as they were frightened by the might of the heavens' tribulation. They quickly retreated and stopped attacking Lin Tian. They retreated with their fastest speed to increase the distance between them and Lin Tian, the one undergoing the heavens' tribulation, to avoid being enveloped by this terrifying heavens' tribulation. Lin Tian coldly snorted. Naturally, he knew what these people were thinking. He used the yin-yang steps and divining divine art to move with his 10 times battle strength. He forcefully restrained the nether ancestral monarchs and 9th heavenly layer emperors. The nether ancestral monarchs and 9th heavenly layer emperors were both shocked and furious. Lin Tian was determined to drag them down with him. Even if they used all their methods, they couldn't get very far from Lin Tian. Boom! The sky trembled as the 7th round of lightning punishment descended, covering a radius of a few hundred meters. It drowned Lin Tian and all the important figures in the first territory of the Netherworld. In the blink of an eye, the first territory became even more dilapidated. Cracks spread in all directions and electric arcs crackled. After this round of lightning tribulation exploded and dissipated, Lin Tian's body was riddled with several transparent bloody holes. Even though his battle prowess had increased tenfold under the 7th round of lightning tribulation, he had still suffered extremely heavy injuries. Blood spurted from his mouth. Ah! A roar came from the other side. The 7 nether ancestral monarchs' bodies were all damaged. The remaining 5 9th heavenly layer emperors were even worse off. They were all on the verge of death. Lin Tian used the Sun Nirvana technique to protect his body and quickly healed. He was in a relatively advantageous position. At this moment, he stared at the dozen important figures of the first territory of the Netherworld and moved again. He pulled the heavenly treasure deity, slaying Bao, and poured his great Tao laws into it, forming a 3 feet long great Tao killing arrow. Swish! He let go of the bowstring. The great Tao killing arrow was extremely fast as it shot straight at a 9th heavenly layer emperor's. This 9th heavenly layer emperor's heart trembled as he quickly dodged. He moved a few hundred meters to the side and dodged this arrow. However, before he could let out a sigh of relief, the great Tao killing arrow that he dodged suddenly changed direction and shot back as if it had its own consciousness. This person's expression changed as he revealed a look of shock. How? PFFF! Blood splattered as the great Tao killing arrow pierced through this person's forehead, immediately destroying his soul. In this territory, a few netherworld ancestral kings and 9th heavenly layer emperors almost went crazy. The leader on the surface was killed by Lin Tian. 5 9th heavenly layer emperors died tragically, and an ancestral king that was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm was also killed. Now, their first territory of the netherworld was only left with 7 ancestral kings and 4 9th heavenly layer emperors. In addition, because of the power of the heavenly tribulation, the first territory of the netherworld was almost completely torn apart. Countless netherworld race cultivators died tragically, and there was no lack of half-step emperors and boundary emperors among them. This kind of damage was truly unbearable. A netherworld ancestral king let out a furious roar. "Human, you deserve to die!" Lin Tian used the Sun Nirvana technique to protect his body and rapidly healed his injuries. He didn't care about the netherworld ancestral king's roar at all. His expression was indifferent as he charged towards the remaining 11 important figures of the first territory of the netherworld, with a sky full of thunder. Dong! At this moment, the firmament shook and the 8th round of heavenly punishment appeared. The entire heaven and earth became oppressive because of this. In an instant, waves of astonishing hurricanes appeared, and the first territory of the netherworld sank several meters deep. Boundless destructive power came crashing down and almost covered the entire first territory of the netherworld. Just the aura of destruction that leaked out was incomparably terrifying. It caused a large number of ordinary netherworld race cultivators in this territory to explode. The 7 ancestral kings and 4 9th heavenly layer emperors were horrified. Even the ancestral king that let out a furious roar felt his heart tremble. At this moment, he quickly moved as he felt the threat of death from the 8th round of heavenly tribulation. Dong! The thunderous roar shook the heavens as if a sacred drum was being beaten. Lin Tian's emperor body trembled slightly. At this moment, he naturally felt the terror of the 8th round of heavenly punishment. He didn't chase after the 11 netherworld race experts. Instead, he stopped and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster to resist the heavenly tribulation with all his strength. Boom! With another roar, the 8th round of heavenly tribulation descended. The blinding lightning drowned out everything. This time, Lin Tian's body was directly shattered. Blood splattered everywhere, but he didn't die. The Sun Nirvana technique circulated on its own. Blood-red flames leaped out, and a moment later his body was reconstructed. He actually withstood it. In the distance, the ancestral kings of the netherworld gritted their teeth. They could clearly feel how terrifying the 8th round of heavenly punishment was. If they were hit, they would basically die, but Lin Tian withstood it. Dong! Thunder roared again. After the 8th round of heavenly tribulation, the 9th round of heavenly tribulation appeared. It didn't stop at all and directly pressed down. Lin Tian was shocked. The 8th round of heavenly tribulation had just passed, and the 9th round of heavenly punishment was pressing down. It didn't give him any time to catch his breath. He roared in his heart and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit. He used the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram to resist. The Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram was his most powerful technique now. It surged up mightily and was used with 10 times his current combat strength. It caused the ancestral kings of the netherworld, who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, to be shocked. They could feel the terror of the great Tao reincarnation diagram. However, the 9th round of heavenly punishment was too terrifying. The great Tao reincarnation diagram was instantly destroyed. Then, the terrifying lightning directly fell on Lin Tian's body, blasting him into the ground. Crack! With a loud sound, the netherworld first territory was completely torn apart. There wasn't a single inch of intact land. At the same time, countless netherworld race cultivators were crushed by the destructive aura of this heavenly tribulation. They died an unnatural death, and their blood stained the ground. Damn it! The ancestral kings of the netherworld and the 4th heaven of the Emperor Realm netherworld race experts' eyes were red. Lin Tian brought the heavenly tribulation here. The netherworld first territory was almost completely destroyed. He should be dead now. A 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm expert gritted his teeth and was almost cursing Lin Tian. However, this person was destined to be disappointed. The broken ground of the netherworld first territory began to tremble in the next moment. Then, with a boom, a divine light rushed out from the ground, revealing Lin Tian's figure. He's actually still alive. He survived such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation. Damn it! The ancestral kings of the netherworld were shocked and furious. Under such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian actually didn't die. Lin Tian stood in the void, his face pale. Just now, his physical body was shattered again. He spent a lot of effort underground to regenerate it. He was severely injured. That 9th round of heavenly tribulation almost took his life. He looked up at the sky. The lightning rumbled and showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it became even more terrifying. It's indeed not just 9 rounds, he muttered to himself. Looking at the sky, he quickly circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and Sun Nirvana technique to rapidly heal his injured body. He had no energy to care about anything else. Dong! Thunder rumbled, and an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation appeared. Dense lightning intertwined and pressed down. The 10th round of heavenly tribulation. The ancestral kings of the netherworld were shocked. Stepping into the Emperor Realm and attracting a heavenly tribulation was already terrifying enough. It was like a fantasy story. However, the heavenly tribulation that was supposed to only have 9 rounds of lightning punishment actually had a 10th round. This was simply inconceivable. These people were all shocked and their pupils contracted. However, these netherworld race experts soon revealed happy expressions. The 9th round of heavenly tribulation didn't kill Lin Tian. Now that the 10th round of heavenly tribulation came, it would definitely kill him. They naturally didn't want Lin Tian to successfully survive this heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian stared at the sky. His entire body was cold as he hurriedly pushed his combat strength to the limit. However, in the next moment, he felt pain all over his body. The aura outside his body weakened like a tide. In the blink of an eye, it weakened to the bottom. The medicinal effect of the fallen spirit pill is here. At this moment, his body was weak. Although he had improved this Baodan, it still had a significant effect. He couldn't even stand properly at this moment. In the distance, the ancestral kings of the netherworld race naturally sensed the change in aura outside Lin Tian's body. His aura suddenly weakened. Is it because he took a medicinal pill that temporarily increased his combat strength? These people were all extraordinary. They instantly guessed something. No wonder he can fight us head-on when he just stepped into the Emperor Realm. One of the netherworld ancestral kings said coldly, "Dong!" Another thunder rumbled in the sky. Before the 10th round of heavenly tribulation, lightning truly descended. A terrifying, destructive aura had already descended. Lin Tian was right in the center of the heavenly tribulation. He couldn't help but cough up blood when the terrifying, destructive aura hit him. His already weak body could no longer stand in the void and fell straight to the ground. He felt powerless and didn't have the strength to continue fighting. He couldn't resist the heavenly tribulation anymore. As he fell to the ground, he looked at Wu Yi in the distance. At this moment, he could only rely on Wu Yi. In the void outside the first territory, Wu Yi was still calm. She wasn't as anxious as Wuxing Crocodile and the others. Her right hand moved slightly, and a jade flute appeared out of thin air. Boom! Thunder rumbled. A blinding bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It was black in color and was 10 feet long. It was terrifying. The 10th round of heavenly tribulation, lightning struck down towards the falling Lin Tian. Everything in its path was annihilated. He must die. In the distance, the Netherworld ancestral kings and Ninth Heaven emperors couldn't help but shout. Their voices were filled with ruthlessness. They could clearly feel how terrifying the 10th round of heavenly tribulation lightning was. Even the ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm felt fear. They didn't think they could withstand it. Even if they were at their peak, they wouldn't be able to survive. And now, Lin Tian had fallen to the ground without any fighting ability. How could he withstand this attack? He would die without a doubt. At this moment, the 11 Netherworld race experts looked at Lin Tian with cruel eyes as if they were looking at a corpse. It was also at this moment that the melodious sound of a flute rose. It was gentle and ethereal, as if it came from the distant wilderness, cleansing the world of mortals. Outside the first territory of the Netherworld, Wu Yi's white dress fluttered. Her expression was calm. Her delicate lips leaned against the jade flute. Her 10 fingers moved gently, and the sound of the flute drifted out like the sound of the great Tao. Lin Tian fell to the ground and suddenly shook. Chapter 1232. The sudden change shocked Lin Tian. As the sound of the flute drifted into his ears, it actually healed all his injuries in an instant. Moreover, it caused his battle prowess to increase tremendously. He was now several dozen times stronger than when he was at his peak state. He was still falling towards the ground. His gaze landed on Wu Yi. Wu Yi was still playing the flute peacefully as usual. His eyes couldn't help but flicker. He originally thought that Wu Yi would step over and shatter the heavenly tribulation with absolute strength. He didn't expect that just playing the flute from afar would cause such a change. Now he felt that the heavenly tribulation above his head wasn't threatening at all. The black lightning that could destroy everything was so tiny. Just the sound of the flute had such shocking power. What kind of concept was this? Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing. The 10th round of black lightning struck near him. Until now, he was still in a falling posture. He was really shocked by Wu Yi. In the distance, the First Territory's Netherworld ancestral kings and Ninth Heaven emperors had even crueler expressions. Die! One of the Ninth Heaven emperors couldn't help but yell coldly. The 11 important figures in this territory, without an exception, all felt that Lin Tian was dead for sure. However, their hopes were destined to fail. The falling Lin Tian tilted his head and shifted his gaze away from Wu Yi. 2 resplendent divine lights shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 peerless immortal swords that shattered the 10th round of heavenly tribulation. Immediately after, he stopped falling and stood steadily in the air a few hundred feet above the ground. How is this possible? Impossible. In the distance, the First Territory's Netherworld ancestral kings and Ninth Heaven emperors had a huge change in expression. They clearly felt that Lin Tian's aura was at its lowest point. They clearly saw that Lin Tian was falling towards the ground. However, such a huge change occurred. The terrifying 10th round of heavenly tribulation was shattered so easily. The sound of the flute was melodious and floated in the air. Wu Yi played the jade flute. The sound of the flute was melodious, like the sound of Tao, like the sound of heaven. As the sound of the flute rang out, no one else had any reaction. They only felt that it was pleasant and beautiful. However, Lin Tian felt that his battle strength was still increasing. Even his cultivation felt loose and was slowly growing. He tilted his head and looked at Wu Yi. He was shocked. This was the power of a heavenly venerable. Heavenly venerables were this powerful? It's her. In the first territories, Netherworld ancestral kings and Ninth Heaven emperors saw the reason for Lin Tian's sudden change. They all looked at Wu Yi. It's a human again. Kill her first. An expert at the Ninth Heaven of the Emperor realm spoke. After he finished speaking, he immediately took action. He bypassed Lin Tian and charged out of the first territory with a single step. Netherworld light floated around him. The great Tao law rumbled. He used a deadly Emperor divine ability to suppress Wu Yi. Old man, you must be tired of living. Outside the first territory of the Netherworld, Wuxing Crocodile naturally noticed that Lin Tian's change was related to Wu Yi's flute sound. He couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he saw the Ninth Heaven Emperors of the Netherworld race, charging towards Wu Yi. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wu Yi was very quiet. She was still calm and didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Her 10 fingers moved gently, and the sound of the flute became even more melodious. Come! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian waved his hand and used the high heaven sword scripture. The ear-piercing sword sound shook the heavens and earth. A resplendent high heaven sword radiance slashed out. It was a powerful divine ability of the high heaven sword scripture. It slashed towards the Ninth Heaven Emperor of the Netherworld race, who was charging towards Wu Yi. Be careful, the Netherworld ancestral king warned. At the same time, the Netherworld Emperor who was charging towards Wu Yi felt the terror of this sword. His hair stood on end, and he immediately stopped his charge towards Wu Yi. He quickly moved to the side to avoid this sword. However, this sword was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this person. PFFF! Blood splattered everywhere as the powerful Ling Tian sword pierced through the space between this person's eyebrows, blasting him into pieces. Then his shattered body shattered with a sizzling sound. His spirit also split apart and exploded. Both body and soul were destroyed. A single sword strike had killed a Ninth Heaven Emperor. Oh my God! Wuxing Crocodile stared into the distance. As expected of my little EE. Violet Fairy smiled. She knew clearly that the reason why Lin Tian could have such powerful battle strength was all because of Wu Yi's flute sound. Wu Yi's expression was calm. Her white dress fluttered and her flute sound was gentle. Damn it, how is this possible? The Netherworld race's important figures stared at Lin Tian. Their expressions changed drastically. This human, who came with the heaven's tribulation, was much stronger than before. He actually killed one of their experts in the Ninth Heaven of Emperor Realm in one strike. Thunder rumbled in the sky. It was very ear-piercing. Bolts of blood-red lightning struck down one after another. They were all extremely powerful. The 10th round of heavenly tribulation was over. The 11th round of heavenly tribulation was brewing. It didn't appear yet. Lin Tian stood in the void, surrounded by lightning. His aura was much stronger than before he took the divine Luo pill. He was like the lord of lightning punishment. It was frightening. He looked at the 7 Netherworld ancestral kings and the remaining 3 Ninth Heaven Emperor Netherworld race experts. His expression was indifferent. Wow! Without any superfluous movements, he pulled the heavenly treasure rank immortal slaying bow. At the same time, he merged the great Tao law. A 1-meter long great Tao-killing arrow appeared. Strands of lightning intertwined around it. It was aimed at a Ninth Heaven Emperor Netherworld race expert. In that instant, rumbling sounds rang out, the great void trembling. At this time, the great Tao-killing arrows were much more powerful than before. In the next moment, he released the bowstring. The great Tao-killing arrow shot forward, piercing through a spatial tunnel. Whoosh! The arrow was as fast as lightning. Its power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, It was in front of the Ninth Heaven Emperor Netherworld Race Expert. With a puff, the Ninth Heaven Emperor Race Expert didn't even have time to dodge. He was directly pierced through. Then, the great Tao-killing arrow dragged his body a few hundred meters away before it stopped and exploded on the spot. His body and soul were destroyed. Ah! Such a scene made the few Netherworld races important figures who were still alive in the First Lord of Netherworld race go crazy with anger. Kill! A Netherworld ancestral king roared and charged at Lin Tian without any regard for his own safety. Lin Tian sneered. He didn't dodge and faced the Netherworld ancestral king head-on. The blood-red lightning in the sky moved along with him. Boom! There was an ear-piercing thunder in the sky. The 11th round of the main lightning punishment had finished brewing. At this moment, it came crashing down. It was a huge lightning ball with a diameter of almost 1,000 meters. It was a destructive condensation. It was horrifying. The Netherworld ancestral king who was charging over felt a chill in his heart. He was filled with fear. He stopped and fled. However, Lin Tian was much faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of this person. It was also at this moment that the 11th round of the main lightning punishment came crashing down, covering Lin Tian and this person. No. This powerful Nether Ancestor King screamed in horror and unleashed his grand Tao laws to fight against the heavenly treasure. However, he couldn't stop it at all. The heavenly treasure shattered with a cracking sound. Then his body and soul were annihilated. Lin Tian used the four-symbol seal to protect his body. He watched indifferently as the Netherworld ancestral king's body and soul were destroyed. Then he attacked. He used the Chaos Emperor Fist. It evolved into a true dragon and an immortal phoenix. It was a simple punch. Dong! The powerful punch, with his current combat power that was dozens of times stronger, shattered this round of the main lightning punishment. However, because of this, the destruction of the Netherworld's first territory became even more dilapidated. It was unknown how many meters the ground had sunk, and strands of magma flowed within. Countless Netherworld race cultivators exploded and died miserably within. The smell of blood was strong. This is really ruthless. Outside the Netherworld's first territory, Whooshing Crocodile was speechless. Didn't you say that the Netherworld race is secretly digging a path to the other side of the world and wants to slaughter all of us humans? Moreover, they have killed many people over there in the past. This isn't cruel to them at all. AI snorted. So strong. He is like the guardian of the human race. The Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian, who was undergoing the tribulation, and laughed. Yeah. Little Taichu stood on Wu Yi's shoulder and looked at Lin Tian in the Netherworld's first territory. Its big eyes were curved. It was very cute. Wu Yi was still calm. Only the sound of the flute floated out. In the Netherworld's first territory, Lin Tianji felt that his combat power was still increasing. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as before, it was still increasing. His essence, qi, and spirit were also becoming more exuberant. It was like an erupting volcano. He looked at the few Netherworld race important figures with bloodshot eyes and attacked again. It was another 3 feet long great Tao-killing arrow. Dodge! A Netherworld race ancestor king roared. However, how could a great Tao-killing arrow shot by a heavenly treasure be so easy to dodge? PFFF! A Netherworld race expert at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm was in trouble. The arrow pierced through his chest and destroyed his body and spirit on the spot. In the next moment, Lin Tian drew his bow again and aimed at the last Netherworld race expert at the first territory. Swish! It was still a 3 feet long great Tao-killing arrow. It was extremely fast and appeared in front of this Netherworld race expert in the blink of an eye. It pierced through his forehead and shattered his body. His spirit and consciousness were also destroyed. The 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors of the Hades' first territory were all shot to death. Ah! A Netherworld race ancestor king roared, and his eyes were bloodshot. Huh. The lightning in the sky rumbled, and the 12th round of lightning punishment appeared. Immediately after, the 13th round of lightning punishment also surged out. With a boom, 2 rounds of lightning punishment descended together. Lin Tian looked above and used the divining divine technique to meet the attack and shattered the 2 rounds of lightning punishment. Huh! The lightning rumbled and exploded again. Almost at the same time as the 12th and 13th round of lightning punishment were shattered, the 14th, 15th, and 16th rounds of lightning punishment surged out together. The destructive aura was horrifying and caused the aura of the heaven's calamity to increase by several times. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Facing the 3 rounds of lightning punishment, he felt a trace of pressure. Dong! It was also at this moment that footsteps rang out from the horizon, causing Lin Tian's heart to tremble once more. He sensed an aura that was far more terrifying than the 3 main lightning tribulations in the sky. It was like a primordial beast was closing in. He tilted his head and saw an old figure slowly walking over from the horizon. The aura was terrifying. Ancestor Lord. In the first territory, the few Netherworld race ancestor kings naturally noticed this person and were pleasantly surprised. Chapter 1233. At the end of the sealed dust ancient region, an old figure appeared, walking towards the first lord of the Netherworld. His steps seemed slow, but in reality they were frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the first lord of the Netherworld. Ancestor. In the first lord of the Netherworld, the 6 surviving Netherworld race ancestor kings were excited and pleasantly surprised. They all bowed towards the old figure, their expressions extremely respectful. In the distance, Lin Tian's expression froze. This pale figure coming from the end of the sky was a little frightening. At the same time, outside the first lord of the Netherworld, Whooshing Crocodile and AI's expressions changed. Even the little Taichu and Violet Fairy were shocked. Empyrean level. Violet Fairy said, F***CK. Whooshing Crocodile glared and cursed. This race actually has such a high-level existence. Previously, Lin Tian had probed the mind of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and found that the Netherworld race was not as simple as they seemed. In addition to the 9 Lords of the Netherworld, there was also the Netherworld Sacred Temple, which had dozens of powerhouses infinitely close to the Empyrean level. There was even a true Empyrean level existence guarding it. At that time it was surprised, and now it was even more shocked. It did not expect this race to have such an existence. The sound of the flute was melodious. Beside it, Wu Yi's white dress fluttered. She still seemed very calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Boom! Thunder sounded again. In the sky, the 14th, 15th, and 16th rounds of thunder punishment were brewing. The aura of destruction became even stronger, as if it wanted to destroy the great world. Lin Tian was surrounded by the light of thunder and lightning. He quietly stood in the void, staring at the old figure coming from the end of the sky. This old figure had a faint glow of the underworld around him, making him look like an abyss. Empyrean level, he said in his heart. Looking at this old figure, his heart could not help but beat faster, giving birth to a huge pressure. Without a doubt, this was definitely an Empyrean level existence. Moreover, it could be seen from the attitude of the several Netherworld race ancestor kings that were infinitely close to the Empyrean level. The figure coming from the end of the sealed dust ancient region was somewhat withered. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were as deep as black holes. Human, Emperor, heavenly tribulation. He muttered as he sized up Lin Tian. His voice was a bit hoarse, and after he spat out those words, his eyes became even more profound. As for the extremely dilapidated first territory of the Netherworld, he didn't even spare it a glance. Ancestor, this human came with an emperor rank heavenly tribulation and killed the first lord, 9 ninth heaven emperors, and 2 ancestral kings. A Netherworld ancestor king reported through gritted teeth and clenched his fists. And the ancient road leading to the other world that was being excavated was also destroyed by him. Patriarch, kill him. Another ancestor king growled. The old figure was an Empyrean-level existence of the Netherworld race and was known as the ancestor within the Netherworld race. At this time, when he heard the two Netherworld ancestor kings, his expression did not change much. Even when he heard that the ancient road that was being excavated to another world had been destroyed by Lin Tian, his eyes only flashed with a strange light, but there was no big change. His gaze fell on Lin Tian from the beginning to the end. Obviously, the person he cared about the most was Lin Tian himself. Reincarnation physique. He spat out those 3 words. After he finished speaking, his gaze became even more profound, and 2 divine flames vaguely flashed in the depths of his eyes. Those 3 words were not loud at all, but it instantly spread throughout the entire first territory of the Netherworld. What? This human, he is a reincarnation physique? The strongest physique in the world. The Netherworld ancestor king's expressions changed greatly. Obviously, the 12 regal physiques were not a legend from the other world. In this sealed dust ancient region, there were also legends. The strongest regal physique. He is actually, the Netherworld ancestor kings were astonished. The reincarnation physique was truly the strongest physique in the world. It was a legend passed down from endless eras, the most ancient and strongest legend. No wonder he could attract the heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the Emperor realm. Is it because of the strongest physique, the reincarnation physique? At this moment, they suddenly understood why Lin Tian could attract the heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the Emperor realm. Lin Tian stared at the old figure, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had already guessed that this old figure was an Empyrean-level existence, he couldn't help but be slightly moved when he heard the other party point out his physique. This was indeed a genuine Empyrean-level powerhouse. Boom! Ear-piercing thunder rumbled, and the sky was pitch black. The 14th, 15th, and 16th rounds of heavenly punishment fell together at this moment. Every inch of space was filled with lightning, and they pressed down mightily. This scene was somewhat terrifying. Even though Lin Tian's combat strength had increased by more than 10 times, he still felt a sense of pressure. He quickly shifted his gaze away from the old figure walking over from the end of the sealed dust ancient region. At this moment, the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment were too terrifying. He did not dare to be careless and began to focus his attention on the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment. 1. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to the extreme, and all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed. They mightily faced the heavenly punishment. For a moment, all kinds of divine radiance danced and collided with the dense lightning. The aura of destruction interweaved in every corner of the First Lord of the Underworld. Crack! 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 The entire First Lord of the Underworld was severely damaged, and the ground sank even more. More Underworld cultivators died tragically. Old Ancestor, kill no, capture him. Seize his reincarnation origin. Some Underworld ancestral kings shouted. At this moment, after knowing Lin Tian's physique, the Underworld ancestral kings of the First Lord of the Underworld stared at Lin Tian with fiery eyes. A reincarnation physique and a reincarnation origin could be said to be the richest divine treasure in the world. The reincarnation origin in his body had an unimaginable significance. The old figure's eyes were deep as he stared at Lin Tian, who was resisting the heavenly punishment. In the next moment, he moved. He only took a step forward, and the surrounding void distorted. The 3,000 great Tao boiled, and his aura shook the heavens and the earth. In just an instant, he appeared beside Lin Tian, who was under the heavenly punishment. He ignored the heavenly punishment and grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. As this person pressed down, he felt a pressure that was far greater than the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment. His emperor body could not help but tremble, and his internal organs became cold. Even the divine soul in his sea of consciousness seemed to be solidified. "Get out of the way. Don't get in the way." A gentle voice sounded. Outside the First Lord of the Underworld, Wu Yi was very calm. While playing the jade flute, she sent out a gentle divine thought. Chapter 1234. Also, Dragon will be taking a day off today. For the next few days, I will only be able to update once a day. Please forgive me. To be honest, ever since I started writing, I have been neglecting my exercise. My physical fitness is much worse than before. Everyone, please exercise more. Really, the body is the most important thing. A healthy body is the foundation of everything. Dragon will calculate the chapters that I owe these few days and make up for it later. As for when I will make up for it, Dragon is not sure. However, I will definitely make up for it. Please rest assured. Chapter 1235. The Netherworld race's ancestor was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away, almost falling out of the Netherworld First Territory. Ancestor. Within the Netherworld First Territory, the Netherworld race's ancestor kings all paled. Their ancestor was a heavenly venerable, but now he was sent flying by a single sentence. Even Lin Tian, who was resisting the heavenly tribulation, was shocked by this scene. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile and the others also paled. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. Only the Violet Fairy's expression remained the same. She was not surprised by this scene at all. Clearly, she knew how strong Wu Yi was. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the sky was pitch black. 3 rounds of lightning punishment struck down in a row, and destructive lightning radiance spread out in all directions. Lin Tian put away the shock in his heart and devoted himself to dealing with the heavenly tribulation. After all, this was 3 rounds of lightning punishment in a row. Even if his combat strength had increased by dozens of times, he did not dare to be careless. It was also at this time that the Netherworld race's ancestor returned from tens of thousands of feet away. He walked over step by step, his aura like a mountain. Ancestor. The Netherworld race's ancestor kings all spoke with respect. The Netherworld race's ancestor did not look at these people. He did not even look at Lin Tian at this time. His gaze fell on Wu Yi. I misjudged. The Netherworld race's ancestor stared at Wu Yi. To be able to send me flying, you are also a heavenly venerable. The Netherworld race's ancestor kings all paled when they heard this. What? That human, she is also a heavenly venerable. These people were shocked. The sound of the flute was long, drifting in this space. It seemed to have come from the distant wilderness, piercing through the sky and merging with heaven and earth. Wu Yi was very calm, like a flat mirror. Her emotions were unchanged from beginning to end, without the slightest ripple. Her slender fingers gently flicked, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was incomparably quiet and did not care about the Netherworld race's ancestors' gaze at all. From beginning to end, her gaze fell on Lin Tian, who was under the heavenly tribulation. The Netherworld race's ancestors' face darkened. He had been ignored. You're ignoring me? Human, you're too arrogant. This person's eyes were cold. In the next moment, he moved. But this time, he did not go towards Lin Tian. Instead, he strode forward and walked towards Wu Yi. As he took a step forward, rumbling sounds could be heard. The world trembled, and the 3,000 great Tao appeared on their own, trembling because of him. This was a heavenly, Lord-level existence. Every move of theirs contained unparalleled power that could truly shake the world. That old heavenly venerable of the heavenly tribulation, the Avovsavovs of Zavesav S of Savs of Esofs, of S of Savs of S of Savs. It's of Ancest, as the Violet Fairy was very indifferent and did not seem to care at all. The sound of the flute floated in the air, as gentle as the sound of heaven. Wu Yi's gaze was fixed on the heavenly tribulation. He didn't care about anything else. Of the Netherworld ancestor's gaze became even colder. He felt that Wu Yi was too arrogant, not putting him in his eyes at all. He walked over step by step. Divine light surged around his body. Strands of light of the great path circled around him, making him look like a god descending to the mortal world. The 3,000 great paths submitted to him, and they circled around him like murderous generals. This kind of Tao radiance was too intimidating and incomparably terrifying. It shook heaven and earth, and even Lin Tian, who was currently facing the heavenly tribulation, trembled. He couldn't help but feel a little worried as he looked in Wu Yi's direction while resisting the 3 wheels of divine punishment. This was because the Tao light emitted by Nether Ancestor was simply too sharp. The Nether Ancestor closed in on Wu Yi. 3,000 streaks of light surged, peerless and peerless. He got closer and closer to Wu Yi. The sound of the flute was gentle and clean. It floated in this space. Wu Yi was still very peaceful. The Netherworld ancestral master's gaze turned even colder. Killing intent intertwined as boundless light of the way surged around him, pressing towards Wu Yi. Boom! This kind of Tao radiance was too shocking. It was like a boundless river of the great path. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on Wu Yi. However, in the next moment, this originally incomparably sharp Tao radiance suddenly trembled. It was as if they had their own consciousness. The sharp aura instantly dissipated. They actually quieted down beside Wu Yi and jumped around Wu Yi. It was as if they were rejoicing. How is this possible? What's going on? The Nether Ancestor, lords of the first domain of the Netherworld, were shocked. This whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian, who was resisting the heavenly tribulation, was also shocked. Once again he revealed a look of shock. The scene in front of him was too unbelievable. These Tao radiances were clearly the killing light of the Netherworld ancestral master. They contained killing intent. However, when they attacked Wu Yi, these Tao radiances seemed to have their own consciousness. They actually wiped away the killing intent that the Netherworld ancestral master had imbued into them. They fluttered around Wu Yi like fairies. It should be known that from the beginning to the end, Wu Yi had done nothing. He just stood there quietly. This is Lin Tian's eyes twitched violently. It felt as if Wu Yi was the ultimate sovereign of the Great Path. It was even more exaggerated than an immortal spirit body. The Netherworld ancestral master was also moved. 2 piercing cold lights shot out from his eyes. The killing light of the way he had unleashed actually quieted down beside the enemy and fluttered around him. This was too ironic. With a boom, an even more terrifying divine power rippled out from his body. The Netherworld light surrounded him, and runes fluttered in the air. He took a step forward. Endless divine runes appeared under his feet. Endless killing light intertwined around him. The terrifying pressure was as if it was going to destroy this world. With a boom, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Wu Yi. The endless killing light gathered into a sword and slashed directly at Wu Yi. Clang! The sound of the sword was soul-stirring. It was as if this world was about to be cut in half. Large cracks continuously appeared. The sharp sword closed in on Wu Yi in the blink of an eye. Wu Yi was still calm. He gently played the flute, and the sound of the flute was melodious. He did not react to the peerless killing sword of the Netherworld ancestral master. It was as if he did not see it at all. Beside him, the Tao radiance that the Netherworld ancestral master had slashed at him vibrated at this time. It turned into a huge wave and met the attack. This Tao radiance was extremely pure. At this time, it moved on its own and directly blocked the killing sword. It shattered with a whoosh. So strong! Lin Tian was shocked. At this time, he had already blocked and destroyed the 4th, 15th, and 16th main lightning punishment falling from the sky. His face was full of shock as he looked at this scene in disbelief. The Empyrean-level Netherworld ancestral master had attacked Wu Yi twice in a row. The first killing Tao radiance stopped and jumped around Wu Yi. The second killing sword radiance was blocked by the first killing Tao radiance. During the whole process, Wu Yi did not move at all. Such a scene deeply shocked his nerves. Too strong. Oh my God! Wuxing Crocodile was dumbfounded. The Netherworld Ancestral Master was Empyrean-level existence, but now Wu Yi was standing in the same place without moving at all. However, the other party could not do anything to him. Yeah. Little Tai Chu stood on Wu Yi's shoulder and made a sound. Its big eyes were curved, and it was very cute. Master is the best. AI was very proud. Boom! Thunder rolled, and an ear-piercing roar sounded. In the Netherworld's first territory, blood-red lightning kept falling. At this time, the 17th main lightning punishment descended. Moreover, with the appearance of the 17th main lightning punishment, the 18th, 19th, 20th, and the second main lightning punishment appeared together. The range of the heavenly tribulation expanded again, and it covered an unknown amount of land. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the aura of destruction covered the sky and earth. This kid's physique, is it the envy of the heavens or the hatred of the heavens? How many rounds of lightning punishment are there? Wuxing Crocodile stared. This kind of lightning punishment was simply destruction for the sake of destruction. Lin Tian was under the lightning and naturally felt the threat of this lightning punishment more clearly. It was even more terrifying than before. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster. Golden blood boiled, and the reincarnation diagram appeared, shining with the strongest divine light. In the next moment, 5 main lightning punishments fell together. Crack! 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 The void shattered inch by inch, and the ground sank inch by inch. Pillars of magma rushed up, burning the void. Lin Tian activated the reincarnation diagram and flew up into the sky amidst the destructive aura, facing the descending destructive lightning. For a moment, the entire Netherworld's first territory trembled, and it was destroyed even more. Damn it, beast! A Netherworld ancestral king growled, staring at Lin Tian with anger and hatred. Lin Tian came to the Netherworld's first territory to transcend the tribulation. This was the most important territory of the Netherworld's 9 territories, but now it was destroyed beyond recognition. No one knew how many powerful clansmen had died. The losses were too heavy. Boom! Lin Tian fought against the heavenly lightning with almost all his strength. The powerful reincarnation diagram and the main lightning punishment constantly clashed. At the same time, the sound of the flute was long and gentle. It was like an immortal sacred sound that surrounded the world, providing Lin Tian with endless battle power. The Netherworld ancestral king's eyes were cold, and his gaze was fixed on Wu Yi. The Netherworld light around him crackled like electric arcs, and the whole world was trembling. Its power was far greater than the heavenly tribulation. He stared at Wu Yi from afar, and seemed to be using all his strength. The Netherworld light that he emitted almost affected the whole world. Endless killing lights surrounded him, and they were densely packed, intertwining into one destructive killing light after another. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were covered by this killing light, like a dense sword of annihilation. This old man is crazy. Wuxing Crocodile trembled. Such a scene was too terrifying. Lin Tian was fighting against the heavenly tribulation, clashing with the 5 main lightning punishments. At this time, these destructive killing lights surrounded him, and he was greatly affected. The divine power outside his body was almost crushed, and his imperial body trembled violently. Wu Yi had been watching the heavenly tribulation, and naturally saw the scene. His gaze shifted slightly, and fell on the Netherworld ancestral king. Don't get in the way. She sent out a divine thought, still gentle and not domineering at all. With a bang, the Netherworld ancestral king was sent flying, coughing up blood, and fell from the sky. The dense killing lights were all shattered in an instant. Chapter 1236. Blood splashed in the air. That was the blood of a heavenly venerable level existence. Everyone was stunned. Ancestor. In the Netherworld's first territory, several Netherworld ancestral kings cried out. Their imperial bodies couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, these powerful Netherworld ancestral kings were truly shocked. Some of them glanced at Wu Yi, and their trembling imperial bodies couldn't help but tremble even more violently. A wisp of fear appeared in their eyes, and even their divine souls trembled. This, under the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian's eyelids twitched violently. At this time, the Netherworld clan's ancestor was so shaken that he coughed up blood and fell. He was no longer affected by the opponent's aura and could fully resist the 5 main heavenly punishments that descended from the sky. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Wu Yi outside the Netherworld's first territory. His eyes flickered fiercely. Just now, he clearly felt that the Netherworld clan's ancestor seemed to have mobilized the power of this great world. It was extremely powerful and terrifying, and even his heavenly tribulation was trembling. Even so, Wu Yi still sent the Netherworld clan's ancestor flying with just a few words. This kind of power really shocked him. My heavens! Whooshing Crocodile was tongue-tied. The melodious sound of the flute floated in the void. Wu Yi was still calm. Her white dress fluttered like a fairy in a painting. She was still so calm, without the slightest change in emotion. She was like the gentle surface of a spring. Boom! Heavenly thunder rumbled, and lightning continuously struck down. The Netherworld's first territory was in great ruins. Lin Tian rose up under the heavenly tribulation, and the reincarnation diagram erupted with overflowing divine light. He activated the reincarnation diagram with dozens of times the battle strength, causing this king's territory to shine brightly. He immediately shattered the 17th round of lightning punishment and then faced the 18th round of lightning punishment. At the same time, he shook the other 3 rounds of lightning punishment. It was also at this time that the Netherworld light trembled. The Netherworld clan's ancestor rushed back. His body was stained with blood, and his eyes were incomparably gloomy. Human! This person gritted his teeth. He didn't look at Lin Tian. At this time, his gaze was still on Wu Yi, and his killing intent was extremely shocking. With rumbling sounds, the aura around his body skyrocketed. Empyrean-level fluctuations truly spread out, shaking the great Tao in all directions. This kind of aura was extremely terrifying, as if it could easily suppress a great world, causing the heavens of this place to tremble again. Lin Tian paused again in the heavenly tribulation, affected by this person's netherworld force. This person was really too terrifying. Wu Yi was paying attention to the trend of the heavenly tribulation. His gaze shifted to the netherworld ancestor. Bang! With a loud sound, the netherworld ancestor, who was emitting a terrifying aura, was sent flying again. This time, he directly flew into the horizon. It was unknown how far away he was from this place, but he could no longer be seen. It was as if he had flown into outer space. Patriarch! The nether underworld ancestral kings were terrified. At this time, several netherworld ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm trembled and felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian's body relaxed again. He used the reincarnation diagram to shatter the 18th round of primary lightning punishment and faced the other primary lightning punishments. He looked at Wu Yi from afar and was once again shocked by Wu Yi's strength. He was simply invincible. The 5 elements crocodile's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. A heavenly venerate level existence was being constantly sent flying before his very eyes. That feeling was like watching an ant shaking a heavenly venerate. It stole a glance at Wu Yi and shuddered. Too powerful. This kind of power was truly unstoppable. Yeah, The little Taichu stood on Wu Yi's shoulder and let out a cheerful cry. The Violet Fairy was very calm from beginning to end, because she was the one who truly understood Wu Yi's strength in this place. As such, she wasn't the least bit surprised that the Netherworld race's ancestor had been sent flying several times in a row. She had an expression as if it was only natural. Boom, boom, boom. In front of him, thunder rumbled and destructive tribulation light struck down one after another. Lin Tian shook the heavenly tribulation with all his strength. The reincarnation diagram emitted an even more dazzling light and shattered the other rounds of primary lightning punishments. The sky seemed to be quieter. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to recover his energy and looked at Wu Yi outside the first territory. In fact, because of Wu Yi's flute music, his essence, energy, and spirit had been maintained at peak condition and had not declined at all. So powerful. He looked at Wu Yi and could only think of these three words. Too powerful. Boom! The sky shook and new lightning punishments descended. An even more terrifying, destructive aura pressed down. The blood-colored lightning was like a downpour, as if it wanted to destroy the world. This kind of thunder was somewhat terrifying and horrifying. Immediately, in the next moment, the 22nd round of primary lightning punishments descended. Then the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 6 consecutive rounds of primary lightning punishments appeared together and directly pressed down. Crack! With a crisp sound, the space collapsed. The scene was horrifying. Lin Tian took a deep breath and propped up the reincarnation diagram. All kinds of supernatural powers and secret techniques were supported, and the great Tao laws were also brought out. Boom! 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 He resisted with dozens of times the combat power and finally shattered the 6 rounds of heavenly tribulations completely. In the process, he was also seriously injured. His body was shattered once. Following that, the main lightning punishment came very quickly. Round after round of main lightning punishment descended one after another, each more terrifying than the last, each more shocking than the last, as if they were going to shatter this part of the world. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. In this half an hour, as the heavenly tribulations became more and more terrifying, the pressure on Lin Tian also increased. His body was shattered several times in a row. If it weren't for the support of Wu Yi's flute music, he would have died many times. Puff! Once again, his body exploded and blood splashed in the air. However, he also shattered the 35th round of primary lightning punishments. This kid's physique is really a blessing in disguise. Lord Crocodile doesn't want this physique anyway. Wuxing Crocodile shrank its neck. Lin Tian's physique was absolutely terrifying. Any bloodline and king's physique were like withered grass in front of his reincarnation diagram. However, the disasters that such a physique had to face in the process of cultivation were too terrifying. Since the airborne realm, every promotion of a major realm would lead to a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, each tribulation was so terrifying that it could scare people to death. It was simply exterminating. Looking at such a heavenly tribulation, Wuxing Crocodile was really scared. Having such a physique was simply a disaster. In the void, Lin Tian's minced flesh squirmed, surrounded by bloody flames. The nirvana of the sun allowed his body to recover quickly. He recondensed his body. Even with the support of Wu Yi's flute music, his face became pale at this time. He gazed at the sky. It was even darker now. A pitch-black vortex was spiraling, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from within. There was a power that made his heart palpitate. That feeling was as if it wanted to destroy all living things. There is only one round left. He clenched his fists. As a cultivator, he naturally had a certain sense of this heavenly tribulation. He had a hunch that only the last round of thunder punishment was left. As long as he survived the next round of thunder punishment, this heavenly tribulation would be considered over. He could truly achieve the Emperor's realm. Boom! a powerful netherworld aura came out. At the end of the sky, the netherworld ancestor, who was previously sent flying by Wu Yi, stepped back at this time. The aura on his body was much weaker. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Ancestor. Several ancestor kings of the netherworld first domain had already retreated from the range of the netherworld first domain. At this time they all greeted him. The netherworld ancestor's eyes were extremely cold. His body was surrounded by a terrifying murderous intent. He stepped toward Wu Yi on the other side. A human had actually injured him so many times. This was too humiliating. He was angry and unwilling. This old thing came back to get beaten up again? Whooshing crocodile glared. At this time the netherworld ancestor's aura was very terrifying, but it did not care at all. From the scene just now, it was enough to see that this person was much weaker than Wu Yi. Hey? The violet fairy looked at the other party approaching with a terrifying murderous intent and curled its lips. Wu Yi was very quiet. His eyes were only focused on the heavenly tribulation in the netherworld first domain. Boom! It was also at this time that an extremely oppressive sound of thunder rang out, shaking the world. At this moment, this place, the sky, really cracked. In the pitch-black vortex above, blood lightning, purple lightning, black lightning, and all kinds of divine lightning struck down together. It was shocking. At the same time, phantoms appeared one after another. There were angels with broken wings, five-headed knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, blind blood shadows. In an instant, the entire sealed dust ancient region shook. Endless rays of light appeared and endless lightning struck. This part of the world seemed to be disintegrating in the next moment. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. It had seen such a scene before. When Lin Tian stepped into the great virtue realm, he attracted 2 heavenly tribulations in a row. The last round of the second heavenly tribulation was like this. It was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The world was pitch black. Lightning of different colors struck down, shattering all things, reflecting the scene of a real doomsday. Black wind blew in this space. It was bone-chilling, as if billions of living beings were sobbing. It made one's scalp tingle. Even the netherworld ancestor, who was as strong as a heavenly venerable, was moved at this moment. He stopped his footsteps toward Wu Yi and could not help but look at the lightning tribulation in the sky. This lightning tribulation was too terrifying. It made even someone as strong as him feel a trace of pressure. Although this pressure was only a trace and was not enough to make him unable to block this lightning tribulation, it still shocked him. He did not think that anyone below the heavenly venerable realm could block this lightning tribulation. They would definitely be destroyed. Boom! Thunderbolts rolled and streaks of lightning interweaved to form terrifying phantoms that appeared in the sky. It was terrifying to hear. This aura made the purple fairy frown. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing. It rumbled again. White light streaked across the pitch-black world, looking incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian trembled violently and blood flowed from his mouth. Even if his combat strength was multiplied dozens of times, he still felt powerless. This round of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. He could truly feel death. He gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. He wanted to curse out loud. This kind of heavenly tribulation was simply destroying for the sake of destruction. From the beginning, it did not leave him any chance of survival. Boom! The thunder rumbled even more violently. Lightning streaked across the sky. The 36th round of lightning tribulation came crashing down. In just an instant, Lin Tian trembled violently again and coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. The destructive lightning tribulation mercilessly pressed down. It was also at this time that the melodious sound of the flute disappeared. Outside the netherworld first domain, Wu-Yi stepped forward and silently disappeared. The next moment, she appeared beside Lin Tian. Her gaze was still gentle as she looked at the dense, lightning tribulation that was falling down. There was not the slightest terrifying fluctuation from her body. She looked like a weak and quiet woman. But as her gaze passed by, the terrifying lightning tribulation that fell from the sky trembled as if it had a mind of its own and stopped.